All right, we should be good to go. So,
Yeah, beautiful.
alrighty. Sorry about the technical issues. Everyone just trying to sort it out, but hopefully you can hear me and you can see and hear Sully as well.
Yeah. Hey guys, how are we all? Sorry, I was having a lot of technical difficulties with my microphone and my headphones.
That's right, we got here now, and there's like heaps of new cards to look into. So I'm super excited for these. Just before we start, though, I'm going to do a bit of a plug for the Google Doc on the new cards. We've already had some good responses there, quite varied in sort of what people are thinking. So I'm excited to put out a video about that. So if you haven't already, link should be in the description if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. So be sure to fill that out. You can even do it as we're talking about the cards. So
Yeah.
no better time than right now to get into it. So before we jump into cards, Sally, what are your sort of first initial thoughts on how the set's shaping up? What sort of color combos are you looking forward to? What's sort of your first thoughts?
My first thoughts. So I haven't looked fully into a lot of the cards. I've been trying to keep it a little bit secretive, kind of to myself, to try and go in a bit blind, even though I'm part of many group chats as well, which makes it a bit harder to keep it completely blind. But I think the meta is getting a massive shake up, which is healthy for this game. So that's my initial take on what's happening. Is I think we're going to see an influx in deck colors that we haven't seen that color combo before, or it hasn't been viable, or it hasn't been competitive. It's been very flavorful, those color combos, but they just haven't been um, up to par with the competitive scene in those types of decks. So it's going to be a nice little shake up.
Yeah, for sure. There's going to be
What about you?
so many like new color combos. I'm very excited to try out, and we'll see how we go for time. We might even try and do a little bit of deck building towards the end. I
Yeah,
think it'd be really cool
I'm
to
super
just
keen.
build a new deck for each sort of color combination because I think we're sort of getting to that point where they're not all going to be tier one or tier two, but definitely sort of can win a few games with a lot of different color combinations. So very excited
Yeah,
for that.
super keen.
Alrighty, let's jump into these cards. So you haven't really seen any of them, have you?
No, I've seen a few. I've seen a few here and there, but I haven't paid too much attention. Like I've seen the new uh, blue green um, action card that kind of interesting.
Oh, that's a ripper.
I've seen, yeah, which I'm trying not to give any spoilers out. I've seen a really cool Mulan and a character that I've been waiting to see as well, which I'm super excited for. Yeah, so I've seen a few cards here and there, but I haven't really delved super deep yet with it.
Yeah,
So this will be really nice.
yeah, fantastic. This is sort of a bit of a starting point for all your deck ideas in testing. So let's get into our first card.
Yeah.
We've got Rhino. I don't really know about this character. I have no idea where they're from, really, but maybe Bolt, perhaps.
Yeah,
Um,
I think it is Bolt, and I'll be brutally honest, that is one of the few Disney movies I haven't seen. That one and The Princess and the Frog is one of the two Disney movies I haven't gotten around to watching yet, but I think
oh,
this is from
missing out
Bolt.
on
Yeah,
Princess and the Frog. Anyway, this is
I know.
this is Rhino, a
Anyone
six
wants to
cost.
share their Disney Plus with me?
You can use mine, don't worry. Um, I'm also very excited for Moana 2 that's coming to Disney Plus as well. So I'm holding out for that.
Oh,
March 12th, I think. So I was too cheap
I
to go
believe.
watch it in the cinema. So I'm going to watch it back once it comes out on that. Anyway, let's get
Did you
into this
get one of
card.
your promos?
Definitely did not, but they do look very nice. So this
I'll get you
Rhino
one.
is a six cost uninkable steel and amber card. So one of our new dual inks. 4/7 quest for
Mm.
two. It's a storyborn and an ally, and has the ability Destiny Calling. So your other characters get +2 willpower. So six cost uninkable. A deck that doesn't ramp. You sort of always need to think whether you're actually going to be able to afford that cost. But I mean, reasonably good stats. We've got Chempo, who's a 5 cost, who's a 4/7 quest for one. So, but the sort of
Yeah.
ability is quite good as well. But I think the sort of downside you get with this is once the character's banished, then all of your characters will lose that 2 willpower that they've got extra on.
The
What do you think,
Yeah, the
Sally?
uninkable is going to be interesting with this card. Although I think Steel Song and Diggy Hole. I'm not sure if maybe 6 is too expensive for those types of decks, but I feel like this synergizes really well with Rapunzel, giving all your characters now +2 defense
Yeah.
or health or however we want to call it, which that's 2 extra on some characters to try and heal up. So it's 2 extra cards essentially on some characters.
Yeah, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I think the Ionic ability and high cost is probably not going to see too much play. So our next one, Perdita, is a 4-cost Inkable Amber Sapphire. Definitely a color combination that's not been getting too much play recently. It is a 1/4 quest for 2 and has 2 abilities. So who's next? So whenever this character quests, you may pay 2 less for the next puppy character you play this turn. And the second one is don't be afraid, your puppy characters gain ward. So pretty good puppy synergy there. Definitely, I think the Amber Sapphire deck is going to be very puppy focused.
Look,
saying that,
puppies, I've got a pet deck, which are the puppies. So I'm upset that it's in blue because I was playing puppies with Bruno. With all, like, what is it, 38 Dalmatian puppies. You got your purple Bruno naming puppy on top. You just gain 3 lore with Lucky and stuff. But I might now move over to blue and turn it away from a combo deck and more into just a fun little synergy deck.
Yeah, for sure. I think so. If we look at all our puppy cards, obviously we've got the Dalmatian puppies, which you can have up to 99 in your deck. Lucky, Patch, Rolly,
Lucky,
we've already seen in previous sets.
Lucky is a powerhouse too. People underestimate that second ability on Lucky.
Yeah, giving all of your other characters +1, and in combination with Perdita, if you give your characters ward, they can be quite difficult to remove unless you have sort of board clear. Obviously, against your Ruby decks, you're probably going to struggle a bit. And then, there's a couple other puppy cards that we'll look at a little bit later, but yeah, I think Lucky, being able to play for 2 with Perdita's ability is pretty cool. Action, probably not doing too much with the ability there, but and then the Canine Crunch.
And combo it with your 1-drop Pluto that makes things cost 1 less again.
Yeah.
So you're getting your Lucky out faster, you're getting your Rolly out for free now.
Yes.
It's upsetting them.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'll come back to it later because I kind of spoiled on the screen anyway, but you can see a few other what should be puppies on the screen.
Yeah.
And maybe Perdita should be a puppy as well, or should be a dog, and maybe they give that as an archetype.
Yeah, maybe we need a dog characteristic. Yes, we see all the puppies here. Yeah, pretty fun deck, but I don't think it'll be too competitive, but definitely a fun one for all those puppy lovers. I know there's a few out there. Our next card, King Stefan, 5-cost Inkable, 4/7 quest for 1. Just a worse Chenpo. It is an Amber at least, but same stats without the bodyguard. Not really doing too much. Pretty vanilla card there.
I think it's going to be a nice little powerhouse in Limited.
Yeah, for sure.
It's going to be really hard to deal with stuff, and it will deal with a lot of things in Limited.
Yeah.
So that's what's going for it. But in Constructed, no, I don't think it's going to be playable.
Yeah. So next we've got our Bolt Superdog, first Bolt revealed of the game. So 5-cost Inkable, 3/5 Amber Steel, Dual Ink, quest for 2, has a couple of abilities and is a Shift 3. So ability Mark of Power, whenever you ready this character, gain 1 more for each other undamaged character you have in play. And then the Bolt Stare, you can exert and banish chosen illusion character. Definitely an interesting card here. It is a super rare, so you always need to look at some of these super rares and legendaries because they're usually a bit more powerful. The thing I like about this card is there's quite a few sort of Amber cards that actually ready your other characters either during the turn or at the end of the turn. So if you're able to shift this on 3 and sort of, you can exert it straight away to quest, and hopefully your opponent by turn 3 doesn't have a good way to remove this by challenging. And then after that, you can sort of just try and keep it readied at the start of every turn, or at the end of your turn, sorry, going to your opponent's turn so that it can't get banished. And you sort of gain the law almost instantly without having to wait for it to survive your opponent's turn. So I think it's definitely an
This
interesting one.
will, yeah, this will synergize really with Big Simba from
Mm-hmm.
last set because you're readying all of them at the end of your turn. Yeah, just there, just below the Aurora. Simba Pride Protector. So at the end of your turn, if this character is exerted, you may ready your other characters.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in a semi-hyper aggro-y deck, you play Simba and you play Bolt, maybe some other heroes and princes, and maybe Pride lands and stuff like that. You
Yeah.
quest out with them all, and then you ready them all and gaining those, that you're doubling the law you're gaining.
Mm-hmm. One other interesting thing you can do is you can actually shift in the bolt and then try everything on the same turn, and you can actually ready the bolt
Yeah.
and gain the law instantly. So probably not a great play turn 3, but if you sort of find yourself a bit later in the game with a few characters on board, you can play the little bolt, and then next turn you can shift and sing this. You've also got Sven and
Yeah, I
Judy
like that.
Hobbs as well. So a few pretty good options to sort of ready your characters. So it will be interesting to see what sort of decks we can make out of that.
Yeah.
And
How much
obviously,
do you reckon this one's going to go for?
well, on
Should,
Dreamborn saying
should we?
15. I definitely don't think it'll be 15.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
think it's going to be 15. Or actually, you know what? I actually think this might be a $20 card.
no way.
I'm going to call it now.
All right, all right. Maybe not.
Call,
Maybe on release and then go down, but might come back up again. I could see,
yeah, I
Steel's
think
got a
this
lot of
card will come
weight.
back up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the stipulation being other undamaged character, but Steel's got a lot of resist and Amp's got a lot of healing, so it's probably not going to be too hard to meet that criteria as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so next one, Roger Radcliffe, another sort of puppy synergy, an amber card, 1 cost, inkable 1/2, quest for 1, so understated on the strength, but does have an ability that says, there you go. Whenever this character quests, you may remove up to 1 damage from each of your puppy characters. So pretty good
So why
wide
not a puppy?
healing. I guess, maybe if your opponent's playing sort of damage spread in steel could be good. Like Tinkerbell, Grab Your Sword, Avalanche, things like that. Or even the new Bagheera. So could be good for that, but obviously if your opponent's playing that, then this one's actually getting banished a lot of the time with the 2 strengths, 2 willpower. So I don't think it's that good, unfortunately, for the puppy deck.
No, I don't think it is either. I think it's cute and it's a really nice turn 1 play, but I don't think it holds up.
Yeah, you just rather play Daisy Duck or something.
Exactly.
Next one, we've got Trusty, our loyal Bloodhound, who's an amber card, 2 cost, inkable 2/2, quest for 1, but does have this support ability. So the stats of a 1 cost, but with his support. I don't think this one's really going to be all that playable. We've got a lot of sort of good 2 drops that are probably better than this, or even just a double 1 drop on turn 2. So probably just competing for a lot of slots that are good card or better cards than this are.
Yeah. No, I agree with that 100%. I think it will be all right in limited, and that's about it. And even then, I don't even know if it's going to be good in limited.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, next card we have Peg, who's an Amber Emerald, another dueling card, 3 cost, inkable 2/4, quest for 1. Has the ability to captive audience. You can exert, and if you have 3 or more other characters in play, draw a card. Card
I
draws
like that.
always nice.
I like this card.
I
I think this is so when I got into Lorcana, Lemon Lime Hyper Aggro was the deck that I built first because it was super easy. And I think this could help bring that deck back with like Clarabelles, and you've got your Lilos, now zombie Lilos, your Rapunzels, your Cursed Merfolks. So a lot of, and then your high ends, your big Clarabelles. I think this is actually super easy to get 3 or more other characters in play, like super easy.
Yeah, I'm really excited about Emerald Amber sort of aggro deck. I think it's got a lot of cool new tools that we'll see sort of slot into that deck, and I can definitely see it being as good as tier 2.
Yeah, Yeah, 100%.
Okay, we've got Susie, our Master Seamstress, 4-cost inkable, 3/4 quest for 2 amber card. You know, pretty on par just for sort of vanilla stats. These 3/4, a lot of them are sort of 3 cost, but then you just pay 1 extra ink to get the extra lore gain. So pretty sort of vanilla card there. I don't think too much to talk about with that one, Sully.
Nah, no, it's pretty stock standard.
Yep.
Oh, the
Mitten.
bodyguard though.
Yeah, so Mittens is an interesting one here. 5 cost, uninkable 4/5 quest for 2. As an amber card has the bodyguard and then the ability no thanks necessary. Once during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, your other characters with bodyguard get +1 this turn. Sully, what do you think about this one?
This is going to be a spicy deck. I don't know if it's going to be playable. It will no. This will be very playable, but it will need a very specific build, and I think this card is your top end. I think you're going to be playing those 2-drop Simbas, your Blues, your Donald Ducks, bodyguards. I'm trying to think of the other ones that you're playing in that slot that are really good that give you bonus stuff. Look, this actually could go in maybe a musketeer deck. That actually wouldn't be a bad idea because you're getting all your synergy off your other bodyguard stuff with your Mickey Mouse. So I think it's tier 3. I don't think it's going to be super competitive, but I think it's going to be really fun. And I'm all about the fun decks, the fun shenanigan decks, playing against those. I have more fun with those types of games than playing super competitive decks.
Yeah,
But
it's definitely cool. There's a lot of sort of bodyguard options. I guess the question is, what color do you pair it with? I think
that
initially
is a hard one.
my thoughts like sapphire, because then you can just ramp a bit and sort of trigger
Yeah.
this ability multiple times. But then sapphire doesn't have any good bodyguards, so
No, but that brings in some really interesting ward into the deck.
yeah,
So that could be your deck. You're building bodyguards and protecting your bodyguarders with ward.
yeah, exactly. And in terms of our bodyguards, like you're saying, we've got the Donald Duck, the Baloo. You got a few of your musketeers as well. Obviously Simba, Maximus. So I think you don't have any shortage of bodyguards in Amber, but just sort of finding the right color combo to pair it with, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I would like to see the spiciness people come up with Mittens.
Yeah, exactly. Next one is Tramp, who's the street smart dog. Another card for the Emerald Amber sort of aggro deck. It is a 7 cost, however. It is inkable 2/6 quest for 2. However, it has 2 abilities. Now it's a party, so for each character you have in play, you may pay 1 less to play this character. So this can definitely get down to sort of a 4, even a 3-cost character pretty easily. And it's got second ability, House Pickings. When you play this character, you may draw a card for each other character you have in play, then choose and discard that many cards. What are your
I like
first thoughts?
this. I really like this. Just because lemon lime hyper aggro. You turn 1 you play a 1-drop. Turn 2 you play 2 1-drops. So now that's 3 cheaper. Turn 3 you could comfortably get this down in turn 3.
Or turn 4, right?
Do you reckon? No, I reckon.
Because
Hang on.
if
So
you
1,
go to
2,
turn 3,
3.
you'll only have 3 in play, so it'll still cost 4.
Oh, you will. Yeah. No, you will. Yeah. So yeah, it is a turn 4 play, which that's still really good. Turn 4 playing a 2/6 that quests for 2. That also just refills some of your hand, or it doesn't refill, but it sculpts your hand.
Yeah, and I think really cool. Obviously, this combos with Lilo. You can just discard your Lilos in the discard, then play them back. It's also pretty good synergy for Chernobog's followers. You can just sort of discard 3, 4 characters, and then you're playing Chernobog's for Chernobog for 4 less as well. So pretty strong there.
Yeah,
I really like this card for the
cool.
Emerald Amber aggro deck. Will be interesting to see how many we slot in. Okay, next one we have the Troubadour. Two cost inkable amber steel, 1/3, quest for one, resist one, and singer four. So very comparable to another character in that Ursula Vanessa, who's basically the
Yeah.
same sort of stats, except instead of resist, has 4 willpower. And I saw a lot of debate about whether this just instantly replaces the Ursula or whether there's sort of a bit more nuance to it. What are your thoughts, Ollie? Which one do you reckon you'll be putting in?
I actually think it would be a nice little synergy to play both. Um, the resist one is really powerful. And last set, look, I was favoring resist one drop Mickey because it was really hard to deal with that resist one. And Calhoun is it's a powerhouse. It's a testament to show how powerful resist is. So I actually think this is better um, than your 1/4 stat. Having resist one deals with so much damage. It does, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting card. I think my concern is that a lot of the characters that are taking out Ursula Vanessa are things like the Fox and Goat that already have the 4 strength. So I'm not sure how much the resist +1 will matter in the end. And obviously, Ursula, you've got the bonus of actually having 4 willpower, so the Rapunzel can trigger for 3, whereas with the Troubadour, it can only trigger for 2. So I think that's sort of
Yeah.
my thinking. I'd probably still be leaning towards the Ursula, but I think it's interesting having this other choice that's very sort of similar, but um, sort of nuanced decisions on whether you go. And obviously, like you said, you could play a bit of a split as well, like a 3-2 or something like that.
Yeah, and just bumping it up to a 5. You've now got 5 copies
Yeah.
of one card.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which is the split, whether you go two troubadours or 3 troubadours. I don't know. It depends to see what removal people are starting to bring in the next meta.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely a cool card to keep an eye on for the Steel Songs deck. Even Diggy Hole. Next one,
Yeah.
we've got our Wendy Darling, who's an Amber Ruby card, 7 cost inkable, 5/7, quest for 2. Quite a few different sort of traits there: hero, queen, pirate, captain. So all the really good ones, but
Mm.
very expensive. So she has evasive and also the ability to tell no tales. Whenever one of your other characters is banished, you may remove all damage from chosen character. This is like an interesting one because obviously you've got all the healing associated with Amber and you've got a bit of the sort of challenging associated with Ruby. So it's pretty good at sort of combining the traits from the two colors. But I think 7 cost inkable, you
Yeah,
know,
I don't think this is that good. Um, I think it will synergize really well with what's that? 1 drop Mulan and the 2 drop. Um, is it Lady Tremaine that comes in with damage? Can't
uh,
remember.
yeah. So
I
there's
think
the
it will
Mother
synergize
Gothel
nice
that
with
comes
them.
in,
That's it, Mother Gothel.
and obviously you've got the Beast as
Um,
well.
yeah, but I actually don't think this will see much play.
No, I think I agree with that one. It's probably not looking
If
too
it
good.
had shift, then yeah.
Yeah, I think it sort of needed shift to sort of see any real play.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Next, we have Mirabelle Madrigal. The 3 cost inkable 1/3 quest for 1 is an amber amethyst card with evasive and singer 5. So quite comparable to cards like Ariel, Spectacular Singer, and Gaston.
Mhm.
Baritone
Yeah.
Belly, I believe it is. Obviously a
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
cost singer 5 going to be reasonably difficult to remove after she sings because she has evasive. But I think in terms of removal before she sings, it's going to be a bit easier to remove her because the one strength, obviously, things like Sisu, Shift Sisu, are all going to remove her. But the evasive's a nice touch. What do you think, Sully?
I like the evasive. The color combo is interesting. Going amber amethyst is a really interesting color combo to bring in singers because it's not generally the color combo you see have singers.
Mm.
Um, which I think is really good because you've got some really cool songs in both those colors. Um, like you got a bunch of draw cards as well. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know if it's going to be playable. I think it's going to have to try and find its little niche and its deck to make this playable, because generally that color combo doesn't really want to play many songs, let alone actions.
Yeah, I think where this card sort of shows its advantage is in something like a Madrigal deck, and we'll see a few sort of cards coming later that sort of synergize with it. But yeah, there's not
Yeah.
many great sort of Amber Amethyst 5-cost songs at the moment, other than this new one we're going to talk about soon. So I think this card will probably get better as it goes on once we get sort of better songs in this color combination. But yeah, I think in this color combination, though, obviously you've already got the aggro deck, but it could be fun to try and build this Madrigal deck with some of the cards we'll talk about shortly. But yeah, I still think probably not quite there compared to the other 3-cost singers.
Yeah, that's cool. No, I think it's going to be spicy.
Um,
Is that the first legendary that we see?
Yeah, speaking of 3-cost Singer 5, so we've got Aurora, who's the one of the legendaries for Amber, 3-cost Inkable 1/4, Quest for 2, so already having an extra willpower and lore compared to Mirabelle. Has the ability Sweet Dreams. Whenever you remove 1 or more damage from a character, ready this character, she can't quest or challenge for the rest of the turn, which really you don't care too much about because you're probably going to be singing with her anyway.
Yeah.
Definitely an interesting ability here and quite well statted, I think.
I'm digging this.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool card. I think the stats on it are quite nice, other than the 1 strength. I think maybe being a 2/3 would have been a little bit better, but having the 1/4 is quite nice for Rapunzel as well. So whether you just challenge in first to get the 3 damage on it, and then you can Rapunzel heal 3, ready it, and then sing again. So that's quite a nice combo you can do here with the Aurora. But yeah, I think we sort of saw a bit of a shift from just having Aerial Spectacular Singer to sort of going more towards a Gaston Baritone Belly in the Steel songs, just because Brawl and Ruby decks were quite prevalent. So having a 3-strength character that doesn't get immediately removed, so that can stick around to sing songs, was quite important. I think, yeah, we're just in a bit of a luxury of so many 3-cost Singer 5s. There's going to be tough to choose which ones we put in, but I think this one's definitely a contender.
Yeah, it definitely will. Yeah, it's going to struggle still against those red decks because it's so easily removed. But even if it had to attack,
yeah, you're still losing it to Brawl, aren't you?
You're still losing it to Brawl. So it's going to be an interesting one. I 100% will want to get a play set of these and play around with them with Rapunzel and see how we go from there. I think it could be a very interesting one.
Yeah, for sure. I'm thinking of doing sort of a buy list video later as well, so sort of give people a bit of an idea of sort of mainstay staples, and then a bit of a, meme/believer buy list where some cards that could be cool in sort of meme decks or lower tier decks, but might still be worth getting cards of. So hopefully I'll get that video out sometime next week. Love to see. Alrighty, let's go on to the next one. We've got Cinderella, the right one, another Amber card, 4-cost Inkable 2/4 Quest for 2. And if the slipper fits, when you play this character, you may put an item card named the Glass Slipper from your discard on the bottom of your deck to gain 3 lore. So let's chat about this one while I get the Glass Slipper up.
That seems so interesting. So you're bringing a card back from your graveyard to put back in your deck. Without seeing what Glass Slipper does, and I'm trying to ignore what's on the screen now, but it's really hard to. Playing X amount of copies in your deck, you're now playing, what's that? So it says you have 2 copies of Glass Slipper. That's now 6 copies of Glass Slipper in your deck. I like that. I think that's really cool. It's hard to see them all, let alone one.
Yeah.
So this is going to be an interesting card.
I'll just touch on what Nathan said in the chat, that he thinks that the Sleeping Beauty, I think it was, or Aurora, was a straight swap for Ariel. So obviously he's a bit of our Steel Song player, so he probably knows better than me. But yeah, I think definitely a better card in terms of sort of stats and ability than Ariel, but whether you sort of need something to help keep your draw going with trying to find some of those songs. And consistency is sort of the question there, whether obviously aerial digging for Whole New World's quite powerful, but in sort of terms of playing multiple songs a turn after you get a Whole New World off, it's very strong. All right, so let's jump back to this one here. So yeah, I think 3 lore is quite a lot of lore to gain off an ability that activates when you play it. And it's also got quite good stats, you know. We've seen other cards that are a 4-cost, 3/4 quest for 2. This card's only got 1 less strength and has an awesome on-play ability as well. And definitely quite a nice combo. Obviously, the Glass Slipper, you can banish the item, so it already puts it in the discard for you. And you can search your deck for a princess if you exert one of your prince characters. So very sort of
I like that.
On theme
it's
here,
thematic.
you know? Yeah, exactly. I really like it. It's quite a cool... and obviously you can only have 2 because, you know, who needs more than 2 slippers, really? 1 for each foot. Makes sense.
Yeah, which makes perfect sense. That's really cool thematic. I want to see this with, though, what's the brooches? The king's brooch and the queen's brooch. That I think that would go really interesting. Is it brooch?
Like the Sensicore?
The sensor. Is it Sensicore? Yeah.
I can't remember what it's called.
I'll
find it eventually. Is it? Oh no, it's a steel one, isn't it?
No, it's steel. In the last set was steel. It was amber steel, and it was an item.
Why can't I find it?
Let me see if I can find it quickly.
Sensor core. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty good at spelling.
There, yeah. I think that, and then what's the king's version of it?
There you go.
There it is.
Princess
the
or queen, gain a lore. Reveal the top card of your deck. It's princess or queen, put into your hand. And then same ability, but except your prince or kings get resist 1. That's pretty cool.
So this could be a really fun little engine building deck around prince, kings, queens, and princesses.
Yeah. Quite interesting, I think. You know, you can't really ignore the on-play. Getting 3 lore is very powerful. So I think you sort of need to build your deck around it a little bit, but could be a fun
100%
deck there. All right, next one, Mariano Guzman. 3-cost Inkable, 3/4 quest for 1. Pretty sort of basic stats for a 3-cost Inkable, but he also has an ability that lets him get +1 lore if you have a Dolores Madrigal in play. So basically just a straight upgrade from, you know, your sort of limited 3-cost 3/4s. Might slot into this Madrigal deck a little bit later that we're talking about, but yeah, I think pretty good for limited.
Search, is it? It's his wife, isn't it, that he's searching for? So he gets slightly more lore when he finds his wife. I like that.
That's cute.
They're sticking with thematic cards.
Yeah, I really like how they do that. Very nice. Candlehead. We got a racer here from Wreck-It Ralph. 2-cost Inkable, 2/2 quest for 1. And whenever the character's banished, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen character. What do you think, Sully? Is this not going to see much at all?
No. I don't think this will see play at all.
Obviously, there's a bit of synergy with the new Amber, Amber Ruby cards that sort of synergize with races. So potentially you can keep bringing this back every turn with things like Calhoun and trigger it multiple times. But I think the effect from it's probably just too easy to play around from your opponent.
Look, you can fire the cannons at the right time, so that they're just not getting any benefit out of it.
Yeah.
I think it's very glass cannon-y, and it has to have the right, the perfect storm, essentially, for this to work in your favour.
Next, we've got another Bolt, 4-cost Inkable, 2/4 quest for 2. Unfortunately, not a great shift target for the other Bolt, but it does have support. Yeah, I mean, being 4-cost when you've got your shift 3 is probably not great. Support only on 2 strength, probably not going to be seeing too much play for this one, I wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, even the flavor text makes me feel like they're trying to amp this card up. Super Dog versus Super Log. This is awesome.
I love that.
But it's really not. Maybe if it was one cheaper.
Yeah. It might be a little bit too.
Then I'd get behind it. But it is a common.
Yeah. You can't have all the cards in the set good.
No, you can't.
Alrighty, next we've got Pascal, a Amber Amethyst dual ink, 4 cost, uninkable, 3/3, quest for 3 and evasive. So huge stat line there. Very good aggressive ball gain and quite difficult to remove. With that 3 strength and 3 willpower, there's not really a whole lot of that basic removal that's getting rid of this. Like Brawl's not hitting it,
No.
Storm Rage On isn't hitting it, Fight Cannons isn't hitting it, Big Sisu isn't hitting it, so it survives a lot. And questing for 3 with evasive means it's probably going to be quite difficult to remove. What do you think, Sully? Is this card going to slot in?
100%. This is a 2 of in that Amber Amethyst deck. Easily a 2 of, maybe even a 3 of. Because that deck is super aggro. This is your top end. It's super hard to deal with. Although it is competing with your rabbits, your goats, your genies, Rapunzels. So it's competing with a fair few slots, but I still think this is playable.
Yeah, I think
So
we definitely need
it's not going to be a 4 of.
No, I think the uninkability makes it a bit difficult to sort of have as a 4 of, but I think we definitely need to revisit this color combination. You know, sort of at the start of set 6 and set 5, it sort of saw a little bit more play, you know, with things like the Daisy and the Aerial, but we're getting a lot of quite good cards for this color combination. I think we'll touch on a little bit later as well. So definitely something to keep in the back of your mind. Alrighty, next we have King Candies, the Royal Racer, 4 cost, uninkable Amber Ruby card, 2/2, quest for 2. Pretty average stats for the cost, so the ability better be good.
Yeah, it is.
Sweet Revenge. Whenever one of your other racer characters is banished, each opponent chooses and banishes one of their characters. Oh, Sully, what do you think? Interesting.
I like this. They're really trying to shoehorn that racer deck, where you've got your start line, you've got your finish line in those 2 colors. You've got all your racers in those 2 colors. So it feels like they're really like, yeah, we really want to see this deck take off.
Yeah, I think they're definitely trying to push
not
it in.
intended.
Yeah, push it in a certain direction. And I think the ability, whilst it doesn't explicitly have an on-play ability, you sort of does, because you can play it down and start challenging him with your races to sort of clear the board. And I think there's quite a few sort of good cost races that do stuff when they come in. We'll have a quick look at them and see.
I do like the fact that it's each opponent. I really like that because I'm starting to really get a love for multiplayer games. So each opponent is really fun, and a lot of those races actually do have a each opponent effect, where it's like each opponent discard a card, each opponent lose life, or stuff like that, or sorry, not life, lose law.
One interesting thing to notice is this Fix-It Felix is actually a racer, but none of the other ones are racers, which is a little bit unfortunate because I really like this card. I think that would have been a cool one to sort of pair with the King Candy. But there are a lot of...
Which I think you still do, because that deck is playing the some locations. So it really brings them out.
Yeah. So in terms of our races, we've got quite a few good ones. Some of my personal favorites. This one here. Loses a law when you play it. So you can sort of play this and loop it back with a card we'll get onto in a little bit. 3-cost Rush, another Turbo / King Candy with Rush. So sort of playing this challenge in straight away. There's a lot of sort of good races that don't mind challenging.
The Shift Taffer.
Yeah.
Is also so good.
Shifting for 2 as well is quite nice.
Yeah.
We've got quite a few sort of low cost races. So if you sort of go quite wide and then play this character, you can get a board clear pretty easily. My only concern with the card is obviously if you challenge in and you don't banish a character, then they can just choose to banish that character that you've already put damage onto. So sort of negating some of your challenging there. But I still think it's interesting. I think building a racer deck for this color combination will be pretty cool and, might win you a few games, but probably not quite competitive enough just yet.
It's also banished, though, so it doesn't even have to be banished via a challenge, which I really like that.
That's true. So even things like Teeth and Ambitions, you could use
brawl your own characters.
You could brawl your own
just to get rid of their one character that's out.
Yeah.
Let's say they've got some big Maleficent out, and and you've got a brawl as your only removal in hand, you brawl your own character so that they have to banish their big Maleficent.
Yeah, definitely an interesting card there for sure. Next one, we've got Penny, who's a 2-cost Inkable Amber Steel, 1/2 quest for 2. Has the ability Enduring Loyalty. When you play this character, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen character and they gain resist until the start of your next turn. So same sort of stats as the Zombie Lilo, but the ability arguably not as good, but definitely combos well with the Bolt ability, being able to heal your characters
lost
and
you for a second.
resist.
Maybe my internet's gone a bit slow. Hopefully my internet's coming back.
I can still hear you well. Still good on the stream.
Yeah, cool. All right. I like this card. Penny I like a lot. When you play this character, remove 2 damage. I like anything that removes damage is so good. And then giving him resist as well to try and protect him as well for a turn. And it's inkable and a 2-drop. I think this is going to see play.
Yeah, and I mean, quest for 2, that's quite pretty good stats on a 2-drop. And something that sort of comes to mind initially is Daisy Duck being able to sort of heal damage off a 4 willpower 1 cost character is quite powerful. Not that it would happen often, but whether you challenge into a Chernobogs with the Daisy for when they didn't banish it for whatever reason, then being able to heal back up. You can also pair this with the Aurora that lets you ready it whenever you heal damage from a character. So just an extra card that can heal to ready that one's quite cool as well.
Yep. Taking damage off your Pluto, taking damage off your Lawrence's.
Yeah.
So, no, I like this.
Yeah. Very cool card, I think. Next one, we've got Fix It Felix Jr., another sort of card to go on the Racer deck, which is an Amber Ruby Dual Link, 5-cost Inkable, 4/4 quest for 2. And let's get to work. Whenever you return a Racer character card from your discard to your hand, you may ready chosen Racer character and they can't quest for the rest of this turn. So that's, we're going to get to the calendar in a sec, which actually lets you return Racer cards. So that's one way to do it. But we know Amber already has a lot of sort of ways to return characters from their discard.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting deck. I really want to see people play with this deck. I didn't see the Racer deck last set that I saw online getting thrown around. I didn't get to see it in person. I really wanted to, and maybe I should have built it myself. But this looks like it's going to be a really fun deck.
Yeah, you can just build it yourself, and then we'll all be able to see it in person.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so we come back to our next card, which is Thunderbolt Amber Sapphire, 5-cost Inkable, 3/7 quest for 2. And with a new sort of mechanic here, Puppy Shift.
What?
Yeah, so this character can shift only onto puppy characters, well, obviously, and Thunderbolt. Oh, maybe it is just.
Yeah.
Maybe it is not able to shift onto a Thunderbolt. Maybe just puppy characters. I mean, we don't have a shift type yet anyway, but.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for judges because it's got shift 3, but how I read this is no, you can't shift this onto a Thunderbolt.
Yeah.
Unless they make all Thunderbolts now puppies.
Yeah, exactly.
To get around that.
I think this is really cool. Obviously, all the Dalmatians are 2 costs, so you can play that on 2 and shift this on to on turn 3. Questing for 2 with a 3/7 body is pretty good, and it has Bodyguard as well. So whether you could play this, maybe play this with the Mittens, start ramping up, questing for more. Could be interesting.
Yeah.
I think it's a really cool mechanic, though.
And I like that there's a little Dalmatian puppy in the background.
Yeah. They're really pushing the puppy thing here, aren't they?
Yeah.
Very nice. Next one, the Prince, 2-cost Uninkable 0/5 quest for 1 with Bodyguard. It's a huge amount of willpower. No strength is obviously the drawback, but does protect your other characters. What do you think here, Sully?
Oh, I like it, but I also don't. The Uninkable is so hard. This is competing against Baloo and Donald Duck, which gains you lore when doing it. If it had maybe 2 lore on it, then, or maybe 6 defense,
Yeah. I think it's probably not
Oh,
terrible, but I just don't think it beats some of the other bodyguards we've got at 2 and or 3 cost bodyguards we've got.
yeah, I think limited. So pre-release weekend, I think this is a must play in your sealed pools. But after that, I'm not 100% sure on this card.
Yeah, I don't think you're trying to protect too much on turn 2. Um,
No, you're not.
who's going to be taking out your Daisy Duck on turn 2? Like no one. You don't really need to protect it. So I think we'd just rather play
It's a
3
late
drop.
game card,
Yeah,
which then that makes me like it a bit more because like by turn 5 when you want to be playing those bodyguards, it means you can play all your 1 and 2 drops and this in the same turn and really go wide.
yeah. I just think it's not as good as the other
So
bodyguards,
maybe.
unfortunately. But
Nah.
interesting card. Next, we've got Isabella Madrigal, another Madrigal card, so potentially a bit of a deck forming here. It's a 5 cost uninkable
Nice.
3/3 quest for 4, so huge questing value here. And does have the ability I'm tired of perfect. Whenever one of your characters sings a song, this character can't be challenged until the start of your next turn. That's pretty good.
This is crazy. Like I like this card a lot. And questing for 4 lore. This is a powerhouse because you don't even have to use this card that's protecting your singers.
Yeah, so I think it's sort of similar in a sense to the Pascal we just saw. Similar stats, quest for 1 extra costs 1 more. Um, except it can't even be challenged by anything if you've sung a song. So pretty comparable to the
Yeah.
Pascal, I think. And with a Madrigal deck, you're going to want to try and be singing a lot as well. So yeah, probably slots into that deck there, but I'm not sure what much else it goes into. Paying a 5 cost, I think, well, if it does manage to get removed by something, you're probably not feeling too great.
Yeah. But I was playing Gontu last set for the same reasons. Um and it was a powerhouse because it was a card that was like, all right, you have to deal with this or I'm gaining 1/5 of my lore for the game.
Yeah.
So even just getting one quest out of this pays dividends.
Mm. Yeah, I think it's pretty. Yeah, not sure if it would replace Gantu in every sort of
No.
deck, but maybe a Steel Song potentially. Okay, next we've got our final Amber Ruby Dual Link. I believe at the set we've got the 6 cost Inkable Calhoun, 5/5 quest for 2 is a shift 4. I'm not sure if we have any other shift options. We might get to one a bit later. I do see a 3 cost down
Yeah.
here. And then got the ability back to start positions. Whenever this character challenges another character, you may return a racer character card from your discard to your hand. So sort of synergizes with the King Candy and the Fix It Felix. So we can sort of see the Duel Link starting to synergize a bit here in our racer deck.
I haven't paid attention, but is one of the precons a racer deck? Because it feels like it will be.
I'm not sure. I'll have a bit of a look and see if we can find one, but there definitely is a lot of racer.
I like this. I really do. I think this is a really fun addition to that deck. And it's making me really want to get some cards for it. Jumping on some of the marketplaces to see what's around.
Time to start
Because I
buying.
think it's going to be a nice little entry level deck. And I don't think this deck is going to cost more than $60.
No, it'd be a nice budget deck for sure, I think.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, definitely quite interesting.
So I get around
Whether
this.
we start pairing this with like the start and finish line, you could definitely make the whole deck around Wreck
Yeah.
It Ralph. Really.
Yep. Yeah,
Uh,
exactly. Start and finish line, a bunch of those races, the candy races, or whatever they're called. I'm upset. It's annoying that you can't shift off Steel Calhoun.
yeah.
Um,
Speaking of shift, let's
but
just jump down to this Calhoun here quickly while we've on the topic. So this
talking
Calhoun's
about
a 3
Calhoun,
cost inkable 2/4 quest for 1. So nice shift option. You can play this on 3 and then the other Calhoun on 4. When you play
yeah,
this character, you may choose and discard a card to give chosen opposing character -3 until the start of your next turn. So
don't mind it.
Unfortunately, it's not like a. You can't really
It's
combine
not.
it with the Calhoun when you play it to challenge and take no damage back. But it's not bad to sort of have these characters challenge him. But it's sort of a bit anti-synergistic with things like the King Candy, where you sort of want your characters to get banished. So
Yeah,
yeah, might see a bit of play in other
it's going to
decks,
be
but
interesting.
in terms of the ability for the racer deck, it's not too good, I don't think.
I like that they're both races,
Mm,
so that makes it really nice and interesting and synergistic.
yeah, it's true. The more races, the better. Alrighty,
Yeah,
next
exactly.
one we have Wreck-It Ralph 6-cost Inkable 3/8, quest for 1. And during your turn, whenever one of your other characters is banished, this character gets +1 this turn. So that can definitely stack up pretty quickly if you're sort of banishing a lot of your characters. But unfortunately, if you're banishing your characters, you're probably not questing with them. So you're sort of losing that lore, but putting the lore onto this. So it gives you the chance to sort of challenge and still gain that lore. But I think 6-cost Inkable, you're not really using his ability till turn 7 at the earliest. Might be
Yeah,
a little bit too slow.
I think it is going to be too slow. I really do. Look, eight is nice, but I think it's still too slow.
Yeah, I would agree. Next card, another interesting one for the Amber Emerald aggro deck is Lady, 5-cost uninkable, 4/4 quest for 2. In terms of stat line, that's pretty good for a 5-cost. And then she's also
I
a
like
shift 3. So you can get this out turn 3 with a 4/4 body questing for 2, which is basically the same as that Simba. However, this ability is when you play this character, you may return up to 2 character cards with cost 2 or less each from your discard to your hand. So, pretty good getting some of those aggro cards back. You can just grab 2 Daisy Ducks back. You can grab some of the 1-cost Lady we're about to see as well for sort of more shift options. Definitely a nice inclusion for this sort of aggro deck. Again, sort of reiterating why I think this deck will be maybe up at tier 2 with the new set.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be building Lemon Lime Hyper Aggro again, thanks to Lady. I really like this card a lot.
I think it's so
Even
bad.
being uninkable it doesn't worry me at all in that deck because you're playing 20 to 24 1-drops in that deck. So you're comfortably playing 20 to 22 uninkables because it's just so fast.
Yeah.
And people can roast me in the chat, but you really don't need to have more than 3 to 4 ink in that deck anyway.
Yeah. And I think this sort of acts as a pseudo card draw as well, really sort of basically drawing you 2 cards as well. So it sort of fixes some of that card draw issue with this deck as well. So I think that's quite a good include.
Curse Merfolks is always good. Let them deal with it. Bring them back. They're still discarding cards now.
Exactly. Very, very cool deck. Very keen to try it out. Next one, we've got another puppy combo card. We've got Pongo, who's an Amber Sapphire 6-cost uninkable 5/5 quest for 2. Reasonable stats for a 6-cost, but the ability is found you, you little rascal. At the start of your turn, look at the cards in your inkwell. You may play a puppy character from there for free. This is wild.
Oh, I love this. Yep. All right. I'm sorry, Bruno. You're out of the deck. I'm going blue.
How?
The puppy deck is going blue.
And there's actually another puppy synergy card that we'll see a little bit later that actually works really well with this. So something interesting to note about this ability is if you have something like a Lilo being played from the discard on the same turn, you sort of put your triggers in the bag, so you choose which one to order first. So you'd play the Lilo, you'd exert your 2 ink, and then you trigger this. So the interesting thing here is I believe that you can actually take one of the puppies from your exerted ink. And so you don't even need to take one of your ready ones, which sort of comes into this thing of, are we now tracking our inked cards to remember which puppies are where so we can pay the Lilo to come into play and make sure we pick our puppy from the exerted ink?
It doesn't matter because in this deck you're playing 20 plus puppies. So that is all you ink. So if you treat it like Magic terms, that's your 20 land. So your puppies are all of your ink. And that's how I used to play I used to. I still do. That's how I play my combo puppy deck. Is the only cards that I ink are puppies.
Yeah, it's really
So
cool. I like
all of
this.
my ink is going to be a puppy.
Yeah, this ability is just, I haven't really seen anything like this before. You know, the most recent ink interaction we've sort of had was Mufasa, and then obviously we've got the
Yeah.
Inkigazer as well. Now playing cards from your Ink World for free, I think is really cool. Sort of shows there's so many ways this card game can sort of develop and change and have these new mechanics. So really exciting.
And it's at this. I just realized again. It's at the start of your turn.
Mm.
Oh,
Um,
so good.
it does need to survive the turn, but it's got pretty good stats. Unfortunately, it's not a puppy, so you
5/5.
can't reduce the cost with Perdita, so it is going to be 6 cost. But there is a bit of
But you
ramp with
can reduce
Sapphire,
the cost with
with
Pluto.
Pluto, and
Yeah.
Lantern and things like that. So definitely could
Yeah.
be cool. The puppy deck is coming home strong.
Yeah.
Definitely going to be cool
It
to
is.
try it out. Next one, Kanai, a 4-cost inkable 2
Nice.
for quest for 1, and he needs me another card that will ready characters at the end of your turn. So at the end of your turn, if this character is exerted, you may ready another chosen character of yours and remove all damage from them. Pretty cool combo with Bolt. Obviously, it does need to be exerted, but does trigger at the end of the turn, so you're going to get that ready of the Bolt in before your opponent has a chance to challenge or banish it. So, you know, pretty cool. Stat-wise, not great, but the ability is something to just
I
at
don't
least think
actually hate
about.
this card.
Hmm.
I don't hate it at all. I don't know if it's going to be tier 1 maybe or tier 2, but I think it's going to find a place in a deck, and I think it's going to do some really fun little shenanigans.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. We sort of got a good options for which sort of amber cards we can play to sort of ready characters now, so just something to think about, I think.
Yeah.
Next one, this card, another legendary for Amber. This card's really interesting, and I've seen a bit of division between players on what they think of this card. So it's Minnie Mouse, which is a 2-cost uninkable 1/2, quests for nothing, and has the ability Gather Around. Whenever you play a character, this character gets +1 more this turn. And the second ability, just 1 more. Whenever this character quests, chosen opposing character loses strength equal to this character's lore until the start of your next turn. All right, so there's a fair bit to unpack there, Sully. What do you think about this card?
So let's just start with the art. The art is stunning. I want to see what the foil of this card looks like because it's going to be great. And
Yeah.
if they're going to stick to that foily embossing that they've been doing, that's going to look really cool. Now, 2-drop uninkable, I think I'm fine with that. A 1/2, I think I'm fine with that as well for a 2-drop. When you play a character, this character gets thing. You know what? I actually think this is going to be super playable because I think this belongs in that lemon lime hyper aggro. I keep calling it lemon lime just because that's what I was used to calling it, but the amber emerald thing or amber amethyst hyper aggro. It's going to see a lot of play in those where you're playing majority of the deck, like a third of the deck of 1 and 2 drops, if not a half the deck of 1 and 2 drops. So this is going to quest out for a fair bit. And just that nice little bonus of reducing the cost of your opponent's strength on characters to essentially protect them is going to be good. And you're going to be playing some bodyguards in there like Baloo and Donald Duck and maybe some Simbas. I actually like this. I like this card a lot.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because obviously having the 0 lore means that it might not necessarily be a priority target for your opponent to remove compared to something like a Daisy or a Piglet. So I can definitely see this card sort of sticking around a bit. And, you know, with cards like the Lady that bring 2 cards back, you can sort of make sure you can chain characters to play, or things like the like Chromacron, so you can keep drawing cards in the Amethyst aggro one. So that way you can sort of keep chaining your characters. So definitely could see this character getting...
Even with big Clarabelle as well, where hopefully your opponent has heaps of cards in hand, you refill your hand. Or, look, in a... it's unconventional, but I played the deck and it was really fun. But you play the Shift Simba into and a Steel deck with your Pride lands, putting princes there. And this is a hero. then you're singing Whole New World and then dumping your hand again. This now quests out massively, and because your Simbas are exerted because it's sung Whole New World, you untap this and giving you things. So this will go straight into my Big Hero 6 deck that I built. Hands down, this I like this a lot the more I look at it.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of the better legendaries from the set for sure. Next one we have Perla, the Nimble Seamstress, 3-cost Inkable Amber Emerald, 3/2 quest for 1 with evasive and support. So a little bit comparable to the Sir Hiss in Emerald, which is a 2-cost 3/1. Having that 1 extra strength is quite nice. And it has support. So I think support on a 3 strength character is quite good. But I think in terms of the aggro deck, you're probably not going to be wanting to play this that only quests for 1 for 3 ink, which is a little bit too slow.
I think it's a bit too slow.
Yeah.
I think it is too slow. I like it. I like it for limited. This will be a snap keep in limited because evasive is so powerful in limited. But I don't think it's going to see play anywhere else.
Yeah, probably not. Snow White, we have our 4-cost Inkable 2/2 quest for 2 with the ability Hidden Away. This character can't be challenged. So a very nice ability
here. Is that the first time we've seen that?
Yeah, I think as a sort of static effect that doesn't have any sort of conditions to be met. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah.
Because if you're playing a deck that has no removal actions or songs, how do you deal with this? And it's questing for 2 every turn.
Yeah. I think against decks that run steel, obviously you're inking this straight away, but even against Ruby decks, you don't mind if they burn a brawl to remove this character. Like, it's you're down in ink, sure, but at least they're not targeting some of your other characters. Obviously, the 4-cost, would you rather just be playing a lot of 1-drops potentially, but definitely a good ability and something to,
It protects the rest of your deck against actions, essentially. Which I think I'd play this.
Yeah, I think I would as well. Depends on how much steel we have in the meta, I think.
Yeah.
Next one we have Coda, 3-cost Inkable 2/2 quest for 3. Vanilla card, uncommon. 3-cost quest for 3 is quite nice with the 2 strength. I think there's probably better cards we could be playing instead of this one. I'd rather just play a 1 and a 2
I want to see this when I'm pack rushing.
Yeah.
Pack rush, hands down, this will go off.
Oh, yeah. Very cool.
But other than that, yeah, I don't think this will see much play.
Yeah.
If at all. I do like it. I like it a lot. Having the 3 lore, I'm always down with a character that has 2 or 3 lore because it's just really good economics.
Absolutely.
2/2 is easy to deal with. And look, that art is stunning. I really like that art. I want to play a set of foils of this, even if it's unplayable.
I have not seen Brother Bear in so long, but man, that was a good movie.
Oh, Phil Collins.
Really?
So good.
Oh, mate. He does some fantastic.
It was Phil Collins that sang that song, wasn't it?
Phil Collins did a lot of that early stuff, I think. I think he did the Tarzan.
He did Tarzan.
He did Brother Bear. I'm sure he did some other stuff, but he always does some good work.
I actually think that's the only 2 that he did. Yeah, now I'm all thinking is tell everybody I'm on my way. Have we seen that in a card yet?
So we're on a bit of a time frame, so I think we better start. We're only 34 cards into the set. Oh my goodness, there's so many to go through. They're all so good. Mirabelle, Madrigal, Amber, Amethyst, 6-cost Inkable, 2/6 quest for 2, shift 4, and her own special gift. Whenever this character quests, you may return a song card with cost 3 or less from your discard to your hand. Definitely some cool songs we can be bringing back. The main one that comes to my mind is Friends on the Other Side. It's probably the best one.
Always Friends.
And
Friends is the only one that I think was the real choice.
Yeah. And it does have the enchantment.
What's the Maribel? Not the Madrigal that searches for Madrigal cards.
Let's go.
Let me see if I can pull it up.
With cost 3 or less. Let's see, we got World's Greatest Criminal Masterminds, quite a good one.
Yep.
So much to give. Just
This
draw
is
and cycle.
family.
0 to hero. This is yeah. This is my family is a good one. We'll get to that in a sec. Let's not spoil it.
Let's
Part
not
of your
spoil that.
world,
No,
return a
top one I was thinking.
character,
Party
lost
World.
on a roll, friends. Yeah, there's probably a couple we could think about putting in.
0 to hero.
This one's quite
I
nice.
like 0 to hero.
This World's Greatest Criminal Masterminds is quite nice, especially when we're going to see a lot of Ruby tilted that Mirabelle isn't Steel. Imagine if Mirabelle was Steel. There's too many good Steel songs to bring back.
So dangerous.
Yeah. But, quite nice ability. Obviously, when you shift, you can quest straight away, so you're sort of getting that on-playability almost for a 4 cost. And I think the other one was cost 3, wasn't it? Yeah, so 3 costs. So could shift onto here, which is quite nice. I think it'll go into the Madrigal deck. Yeah.
Nice deck.
Yeah, next one, Pepper Madrigal, another one for the Madrigal deck. 3 cost, inkable 2/4, quest for 1. So sort of on par for stats for 3 cost, just 1 less strength, but has the ability, clear skies. Whenever 1 or more of your characters sings a song, gain a roar. So similar to that Alan Adale. However, the characters have to sing the song, and it does cost 1 less as well. So
this in that Madrigal deck, this is going to be a really fun deck. It's really honing in on songs. So they're trying to steal song away from the deck, and make a Madrigal song deck, I guess, or singing. Oh, I want to see what names people come up with there, but I like this. I like this in that deck a lot.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of fun naming scheme there. While we're here, let's jump into this song, the Family Madrigal 5 cost inkable song. That's Amber Amethyst. So look at the top 5 cards of your deck, and you may reveal up to 1 Madrigal character and up to 1 song card and put them into your hand. And put the rest on the top of your deck in any order. I actually didn't realize it was the top of your deck. I thought it was the bottom of your deck. That's an interesting include as well.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot.
So we finally got a good 5 cost song in these color combinations that we can sing with the Mirabelle. And, gets a bit of card advantage, a bit of filtering, and also sort of stacking your deck with what cards you want to draw into. So definitely, it's got a lot going for this, I think. You sort of don't feel as bad about not playing the Ariel and playing the Mirabelle instead, because you can search for your songs this way instead, and you also search for your characters as well. And you could also...
I really like this.
Yeah. Include this with things like Bruno Madrigal, so you've actually stacked the top of your deck now, so you can use that ability to sort of draw some cards as well. I think there's definitely something here with this deck. Maybe tier 3.
You've got your 3-drop singers that sing for 5, looking at top 5 cards, drawing 2 cards. Yeah, like that's powerful. Like that's really good. We're almost getting in fact or fiction land for Magic players. So no, I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the type of Amber Amethyst deck I'm going to be building for the next set. And it's a fantastic movie, so can't go wrong. Alrighty, our next card, we'll jump back with the So Much to Give, a 2 cost song, which is inkable, and draw a card, and then chosen character gains bodyguard until the start of your next turn. So quite a nice card. Obviously, it cycles, you can sing it, and I think the main sort of use I'll be thinking of this one is how the illusion characters stack up, because you can draw a card to replace itself and also choose an illusion character, so they will get banished with this as well. So I don't think I'd be using it too much on my own characters for bodyguard, unless I'm sort of playing like the Mittens, which gives sort of extra lore to those characters. But, drawing a card can banish an illusion. Could be okay depending on how many we see.
And that's really cool. I like that, using what generally doesn't have many removal in it as a removal spell. No, I think this is playable. I think this is very playable.
Yeah, for sure. Next one, we've got a 1 cost inkable, Restoring the Heart, an Amber Sapphire card. Remove up to 3 damage from chosen character or location and draw a card. Unfortunately, there's already a bit of healing in these 2 color combinations, but I guess you're sort of competing with a lot of other things, like the Dinglehopper, obviously Rapunzel. So yeah, I'm not sure if this one will see too much play, and there's not really too many good locations. You want to be healing outside of the um,
Yeah, outside
outside
of
of the McDuck
purple
Manor.
and McDuck Manor is probably, well, that makes me think that you kind of don't mind doing this
Yeah,
because generally people just put damage into your McDuck Manor to slowly whittle it down to get rid of it. They can't get rid of it easily in turn. So you removing 3 damage from a McDuck Manor and drawing a card feels pretty good. And yeah, buffing up your locations with Fix It Felix
yeah.
and your baby one
Mm.
drawing cards if you have a location in play. I like that because this color combo struggles at drawing besides your top end Rapunzel and things like that.
Do you have any good locations that cost a little
Pride
bit?
Lands.
That's pretty
Oh,
good.
one of my favorite. Um, but yeah, probably the Raceway. Look, Merlin's Cottage has always got a soft spot for me. I
Yeah.
really want to figure out a good deck for that.
Mm. Well, I mean, we do have a new card which can actually stack your opponent's deck. So potentially an interesting new
Ooh,
lock combination here coming up, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But yeah, we could have an Amber Sapphire locations deck potentially. But yeah, it does draw a card, so one cost draw a card is always nice. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's
the
sort
hard
of
thing is you're
competing.
losing your John Silver. That's the only problem in that type of deck.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we have our Amber Coil. Each color will get a new coil in this set. So this one is a one-cost inkable item with the ability Healing Aura. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen character. Um, Again, I think
Hmm.
this is potentially just a better healing than Restoring the Heart. Obviously, you can't choose locations,
Yeah,
but put it in something like Amber Sapphire when you've got the Grand Puppy. So you can start healing your characters and getting a lot of lore and ramping up as well. The only issue with that deck is it's quite difficult to damage your characters outside of challenging.
yeah. So this is going to be interesting. I don't know if this is going to be playable. Um, I
Yeah,
just don't know. I
I'd
don't
be
know if this is going to be playable or not.
yeah, I'd be inclined to probably just use the ramp instead. Oh, not
Yeah,
the ramp, the dingle hopper. Sorry, you get the guaranteed. You don't have to
mm,
ink. You get towards the end.
yeah,
Um,
exactly.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so the next one we've got spaghetti dinner.
This card makes me so happy because I called this months ago, and I pretty much got this ability down pat when I called it, and I can have some confirmations from a few people in the community. So yeah, what is it? Tap one, pay one. If you have 2 or more characters in play, which I said, if you I predicted that if you had Lady and the Tramp in play, gain law, and this is 2 or more characters in play. Game one is it? It's game one law, isn't it?
Yeah, game one more.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, my question is whether it's
Is
better than the spell book. Spell books cost one more, but
Spellbooks?
it's unconditional. So potentially, I'd probably just be playing spell book, but still really cool card. I think maybe in something
Yeah,
like the Amber Emerald aggro. Darkside Brian,
I don't
thanks for
think.
the raid, by the way. Sorry I missed that bit earlier, but thanks everyone for
Oh,
joining. Just going from some of the new
nice.
cards, so feel free to chuck your thoughts in the chat as we go along. Thanks everyone for joining in.
Yeah. No, I like this card. I don't think it's playable, but I like the lore behind it and the thematics. Like I'm down. I'm super down.
Yeah, for sure. Next one, we've got our puppy synergy with our
Oh,
canine crunchies. Your puppy characters get +1 willpower. That's okay. I mean, it's a nice sort of static effect. Your puppies are going to be harder to remove, and you can give them ward with the Perdita. So yeah, these puppies might start sticking around for a bit.
I will play this card in the puppy deck. Making him 2/4s now. That's solid.
That's pretty good. We've already talked about the glass slipper, and oh my goodness, these enchanted look amazing. I
Oh,
really like them.
Yeah, these are stunning. These are absolutely stunning.
Maybe I'll have to collect the
Which
stat
enchanted
again.
do you want?
Oh my goodness. I really like the Mirabelle actually out of these four at the moment.
Yeah,
But
I'm with you there. I'm really liking the colours and the art on that Mirabelle.
it's pretty
So
cool
yeah,
how they've done the
nice.
dual links. I think this sort of opaque sort of color
Yeah,
gradient's quite nice.
yeah, kind of not going to talk about another card game that does similar style in their text boxes, but it works. It works really well, and it makes people see what color that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, we're about an hour in and we finished one color. But the amber color does have
Yeah,
all of the dual links for every amber dual link, so sort of about a quarter of the way. All right,
yeah,
so first up from our amethyst cards, we've got Cusco, 5 uninkable, 1/4 quest for 2. Pretty crap stats, so let's hope that they have good ability, which is once during your turn, whenever a card's put into your inkwell, you may return chosen character, item, or location with cost 2 or less to their player's hand. Then that player draws a card. What do you think?
oh no, my gut says no, it's not going to be playable. But I want this to be playable so badly. I think the 2 or less is what's like
Yeah,
hurting. Like
yeah,
with the locations, you've got what? You've got your um ferry ship
yeah. I
as
think
the you
by the
yeah, I
time you
don't
want to be
know.
bouncing 1 or 2 cost characters, it's unlike turn 1, 2, 3, not turn 5 or 6. So probably just way too slow here.
Yeah,
If there was
I
any
think it
cool
is too
characters of
slow.
your own to bounce, that would be quite interesting. I'm not sure if we have any good cards that you want to play for 2 costs that you can return to your hand and draw a card. Um, yeah, Forge 4K says mine. Mine's probably not a bad one to return to the hand, but I think if you're sort of getting to turn 6, you're sort of hoping just to like banish these rather than just return them to the hand to be played next turn, especially if you're giving them a card to
Yeah,
draw. I think the best way we're going to see this is with cards that do something when you play them on of your own. Something like the
yeah,
Honey Man we're going to see next, which gains a law if your opponent has a character that's exerted. So something like that, being able to play and then bounce back and draw a card could be quite good. But I think in terms of sort of that aggro style deck, 5 cost I think was a bit slow.
it's too slow. No, I don't think it's going to see any play. I don't
Mm-hmm.
even think I'd play it in limited, to be honest.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Next one, Tanana, 4 cost, inkable, 4/4, quest for 1. Not very good. Just a, yeah,
Just a
vanilla card
vanilla
that
4-drop 4/4.
not doing too much.
I think.
Um,
Yeah, that's it.
Treasure Guardian, 4 cost, inkable, 3/3, quest for 2. Untold Treasure, when you play this character, if you have an illusion character in play, you may draw a card. Card draw's nice. Stats aren't too bad. I think the more illusion characters we get, the better this card's going to be.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, I agree with you there. I think it's slow, and without seeing what the other illusions are going to be like, I don't know if this is going to be playable. Even when we get more illusions, I don't know if this is going to be playable.
no,
It
probably
would be
not.
nice if it was when you play this or when it quests.
That could be good. But I think, yeah, it's already
Yeah.
competing with a lot of 4 cost amethyst cards that draw cards. I think I'd just rather play
Yep.
Genie than this.
Exactly.
The 2 cost,
Exactly.
Inkable, Honey Marin, 2/2, quest for 1. And when you play this character, if an opponent has an exerted character in play, gain 1 more. I think this could be interesting in some of the Amber Amethyst aggro deck. Play them 2, gain a law. Your opponent's almost
Yeah.
always going to have an exerted character in play against them.
Yeah.
So I think this is not a bad card, but whether you just sort of play
It's
goats.
not amazing, but it's not bad. It's not I don't mind it. I don't hate it. I don't love it.
Yeah, just something to think about for the aggro decks. Yeah, I think Treasure Garden's bad at the moment. Iago is our new illusion character. It's 4 cost, inkable, 4/6, evasive, quest for 1. Huge stats on the 4 cost. But obviously that vanish keyword does come with a downside that whenever an opponent chooses this character for an action, banish them. So I think it's the drawbacks there, but the stats are huge. Like this is taking out genies like no one's business.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Even with that downside of vanish, the illusions. This is a really good card, and you're not using it um, to do much else but challenge. So this with Peter Pan's Shadow,
Mm.
where it's giving evasives rush. Is that the one I'm thinking of?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The
Um, I think that will synergize really nicely with this Iago.
yeah, exactly. Iago will be great for limited, and potentially
Yeah,
even good in constructed as well. Obviously, being inkable is nice if you're against a steel deck, and you can just ink it, because, or even just make them have the removal and sort of protect some of your other characters. And there's a bit of illusion sort of synergy. We'll see the Jafar shortly, so I think it's nice stats, nice static card with a little bit of a downside, but not too bad.
yeah,
Okay, next one, Chernobog, 5 cost uninkable, 2/6 quest for 1. And when you play this character, each opponent chooses and exerts one of their ready characters and they can't ready at the start of their next turn. This is pretty good, but I think I'd probably rather just play a big shift Elsa.
yeah. How do I feel about this? I like it, uh, but giving your opponent the choice
Mm.
of what they're choosing is hard. I like that it gets around Ward,
Mm-hmm.
um, which is really good. So, um, it's better. Is this better than Elsa because it gets around Ward? Maybe because you play this, force them to exert one of their warded characters, and then you hit it with something else. That's I don't hate that play. So yeah, maybe this will see play.
Yeah, potentially. Obviously, you need to make sure their board's completely clear, or at least other characters they would not want to exert as much as the ward one. So maybe, obviously, the
Exactly.
uninkable's not great, but I think I'd still rather just play the shift Elsa, even
Yeah.
against ward. Okay, next
Yeah.
we've got Jafar, newly crowned. This one was released a little while ago. 4 cost inkable amethyst steel, 2/4 quest for 2. This is not done yet. During an opponent's turn, whenever one of your illusion characters is banished, you may return that card to your hand. Bit of illusion synergy. However, your opponent can just remove the Jafar first. It's pretty easy stats to sort of remove. Brawl will get rid of it. Long
Yeah.
Game Zeus gets rid of it. Um, yeah, I think the stipulation of during an opponent's turn just means it's not going to be good enough. At least at this
Yeah.
stage until we get more
Oh,
illusions.
yeah, I agree. I'm sorry, Mars. Your pet deck, Jafar deck. I don't know if this is good enough to go into it, but we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll
like
see.
4 cost just competes with so much. Rabbit, Genie,
Like,
Goat, Iago. Yeah, I think you're going to struggle with your curve there.
yeah, I agree.
Hades, Fast Talker, Amethyst, Ruby, 6 cost, uninkable 4/6, quest for 2. It's the ability for just a little pain. When you play this character, you may deal 2 damage to another chosen character of yours to banish chosen character with cost 3 or less. What do you think, Sully?
Yeah, look, I like this. I like this a lot. Um, it's so interesting. So yeah, when you play this, you may deal 2 damage to another chosen character of yours to banish something, which is really good because then you're wanting to move damage around, play it with your bell as well, and then removing that damage. Um, I don't hate this card. I think it's too slow. Oh, is it?
Yeah. I think this is sort of
Oh,
comparable to cards like Medusa, maybe Tremaine a little bit, but the question
yeah,
is, what
true.
are you gaining from this rather than a Medusa? Obviously, the stats are better. Yeah, you do have Medusa in
Yeah,
your
yeah,
slot.
like the,
The stats are a lot better. You do have to deal 2 damage, so you do have to have another character in play. I think the only downside is you can't banish things like Flattersham, but you do get the upside of being able to banish things like Fox. What are the 3 cost
yeah.
cards that have
I
4 strength or
really
more?
wanted to get. No, this deals with oh, even the 4 strength or more. This deals with Diablos, which is not bad. Where it's maybe you're struggling with your evasives to deal with them. Although you've got your Medusas,
Yeah,
not Medusas, your Lady Tremaines
yeah. So I think
that can deal with that as well. So maybe now, yeah, okay, no, this won't be playable, I don't think, or it
no.
won't see play. It might see one.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Watch the saying can deal with Genie as well. Whereas
Yeah,
this can't. So yeah, I think it's probably just not. I think the Medusa is just hitting a bit more than the Hades is, even though the stats on the Hades are much better.
yeah, yeah. I agree with that.
Okay, next we have Madame Medusa. Speaking of which, a Amethyst Ruby 4 cost equal 3/4 quest for 1 with the ability Search the Swamp. Whenever this character quests, you may deal 2 damage to another chosen character of yours to put the top 3 cards of chosen player's deck into their discard. Pretty
I
good
want this to
mill.
be good.
Yeah, I mean, we've already got
I
quite a
want
few
Mill
sort of
to be
mill
a
cards.
viable. Look, I disagree with the color combo of this card. Because I want this to be able to be played with Steel, where you can play Whole New World, so that you
Mm,
can actually do a proper viable mill deck.
yeah,
I like this card. I don't think it's going to see any play.
yeah, and not the same. I think
Um,
having it as a quest ability is not great. You'd much rather sort of have an on player as well. But it definitely
and
embodies
really,
the Amethyst and Ruby colors together, like Ruby dealing damage to their own characters and
yeah,
Amethyst having the mill strategy. So, in terms of dual ink thematics, it's sort of bang on, but not
I
right
don't
in
even
the
think
color
this is
combo.
good in limited. I
No,
think
not
3
particular.
cards is just not enough to make it really powerful.
Yeah, exactly. Um, Speaking of not good enough, the next one, Takar Elemental Terror, 10 cost Inkable, huge cost there. Amethyst
Wow.
Ruby, 12 quest for 3, huge stats here for a huge cost. Shift 7, and Ancient Rage during your turn whenever an opposing character is exerted, banish them. I think in a deck with no ramp, you're going to struggle to get to this, and I mean, we don't have too many great shift options either.
Is this the biggest character we've had to date? It is.
Yeah, yeah, huge.
Um, during your turn when this opposing character, yeah. Look, I like this, but it's trying to look into the shift targets. How fast we can get this out? How fast can we get this out? Is this viable?
We've got this,
6 drops.
and we've got this. This is a
Yeah,
new one.
yeah. Look,
I mean, this one's way better than this one.
yeah, it is. I don't mind the reckless. Um, oh, I want this to be playable.
Yeah,
I really
unfortunately.
want this to be playable. During your turn when oh no, this you're not going to be able to ramp easily. I want to
No.
play this with the Ursula, where when you quest
Oh, yeah.
exert chosen character, and then play with Genie, where your opposing characters, when they're exerted, they don't ready for a turn, and build like a lockdown for that. The set 5, even Elsa, yeah, I like Elsa and Anna in there, where you're exerting. Oh yeah, that would be good. Exert all thing. So the color combo is what ruins it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, maybe as a one off, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
All right, next on I've got Elsa, Trusted Sister, 2 cost Inkable, 2/3 quest for 1. Whenever this character quests, if you have a character named Anna in play, gain 1 lore. Interesting that they've worded it this way rather than saying she just gets +1, rather than saying you gain a lore. I feel,
Yeah, so it's straight up. So you don't have to quest with this.
well, I mean, you do have to quest to get the ability, right?
Or, no, when this character oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So it's weird that they worded it this way instead of when you have a character named Anna in play, gain +1 lore, like a lot of the other cards. I don't think there's
I
any way to
wonder
abuse that
if
though.
I wonder if that means that they might bring in like instants and sorceries and stuff. Instants where you can do stuff in your opponent's turns or activate things in your opponent's turns later down the track. So you're still, if you quest with this, you still gain that lore, but then certain things might reduce lore when you're questing, where it doesn't reduce this lore. So maybe they're doing wording like that to get around that type of thing that might come later in the game.
Yeah. Vultures just said if you have 10 artists, then it still only have one more law. But I think that's still the case, like we saw up here with the
It is.
like this one here says while you have a character named, it's not for like each one. So they still could have worded it like this, and she still would only get one law for each or for having one Ana in play. So yeah, it's just something interesting that they sort of worded it this way. Anyway, I don't think it's that good, unfortunately.
No, it's not good.
Step ready. Are they adding the color green? Yeah, they've already got the color green. We'll get down to them shortly. There's some green down here.
Yeah, green generally comes after purple.
Yeah, emerald.
In the color pie.
Yep. So next one, Madam M, 6 cost, Inkable, 4/5 quest for 2. Whenever this character quest exert chosen opposing character. Oh, some synergy for Takar. Very good. Yeah, I think 6 cost Inkable for no on the playability is not very good.
Yeah.
Why would I play this when I can play this and have a way better on the playability?
Yeah, exactly.
I guess it's Inkable, but it's still not worth it.
But no.
Alrighty, so one of the best cards in the set, in my opinion, Giant Cobra. 3 cost Inkable, Amethyst Steel, 4/4 quest for 1. Huge stats because it is a Vanish, or has the Vanish text because it's an illusion character, but also has the ability Mysterious Advantage. When you play this character, you may choose and discard a card to gain 2 lore. So basically turning any card in your hand into a free gathering knowledge and wisdom is pretty cool.
Yeah, I like that because I did not like playing gathering knowledge and wisdom in a deck. I think it's better on a character, but discarding a card to do that effect, so good. So good. Yeah, I'm with you. This is very good card. And 3-drop 4/4. Yeah, I'm all about that.
Yeah, very cool. All good separated. Only been playing a week. Nice. How are you enjoying the game? Hopefully, going through some cards can help you think of some ideas for your decks for the new set. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions as well. But yeah, definitely a cool card there. I really like the Giant Cobra. Next one, the Takar we already talked about a little bit. I think it's probably just a bit too expensive, but not really having a good on playability. But pretty good stats. Very nice for limited, I think. But outside of that,
I agree. 100%. I'd play this in limited. I think I'd top out at this. But but yeah.
Good. You can revel in our addiction to Lorcana as well. It's a super fun game.
Yeah, welcome to a better game. I can say that with comfortability. That as an ex-Magic player,
it's a fantastic game.
This game is phenomenal. So welcome to the community.
Yeah, great IP, great gameplay, great art. What more can you want?
Yep.
Yzma, 2 cost, Inkable, 2/1 quest for 1. Average stats, but the ability is I win. When this character is banished, if you have more cards in your hand than each opponent, you may return this card to your hand.
I love this.
Pretty nice bounce effect, and definitely 2/1 is better than a 1/2 in terms of when you can bounce it. And Amethyst does have a lot of draw, so a lot of the time you can have more cards in hand than your opponent. So yeah, not bad. I don't hate it.
Yeah, no, I will play this card just because it's fun. I actually like this card a lot. I don't know if it's going to be super competitive, but I 100% will be playing this card. Just because it's just another card to draw off. Even pairing it with your Yzma where you have no cards, draw 3 cards or up to 3, and then doing some shenanigans with this.
Yeah. It's interesting.
It's really interesting.
But I think we've probably got, and you're drawing enough cards anyway, you can probably just play better cards rather than needing to have card recursion. So it's interesting, right? Because
Yeah,
the stipulation is you need to have more cards, but if you've got more cards in hand, you're probably not worried about getting like card recursion. You're
more
happy
cards.
just you've already got the cards. So
It's true.
yeah, a little bit anti-synergistic, but still
Yeah,
interesting.
it
And
is a win more card. I agree.
yeah, now we have the return of Bucky, the nutty rascal. Bucky's a great character. All right, we just got a question from Stapp here. These cards have two colors. Does that mean that they can be used in a deck with either color, or does it mean it can only be used in that color combination? Yes, yeah, so it's only
So
in that
sadly,
combo.
yeah, only in that color combo. So they've gone the other way to make it that really restricting these cards that you have to play them in those two that deck that is those two colors.
Which it makes sense, right? If it went the other way, we just have these really weak cards that can be used in a bunch of different colors, and no one would play them because they wouldn't have good enough effect.
Yep.
So they've definitely just chosen
Exactly.
the right way. It makes sense. Anyway, back to Bucky. 3-cost inkable, 3/2 quest for 1. Has the ability when this character is banished in a challenge, you may draw a card. I don't think it's that good. The 2 strength means that all the steel characters are just, or steel songs are just going to banish it, and you won't get the card draw, and you've just sort of played a 3-cost character that hasn't done too much. So yeah, I don't really like it.
This is not playable. It's competing against your Brooms, your Chernobyls, and your Diablos, and it's just it doesn't fit. It's too expensive.
Yeah, exactly. We've got Pain, a 1-cost 1/3, just something basic there, but we've already got too many good 1-drops in Amethyst, so won't see much play unless we need a shift option.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Raja, 2-cost inkable, 3/3 quest for 1. Huge stats here because it is an illusion with Vanish. So what do you think about this illusion?
The illusion is becoming really interesting. This is a 2-drop 3/3, so now it's competing with your Smee. It's competing with what else is it competing with in that slot? So actually, this is probably not that playable because it's competing with such powerful 2-drops that gain you 2 lore for the same stats. Competing with what's Snake as well is in that thing. So I don't know if Raj is going to get played unless you want a shift target.
I think it depends on the color. So obviously for Amethyst Steel, you've already got Smee and Calhoun, which you're probably not going to compete for. But in a lot of other colors, I think this is a really strong card because you don't really have that many good 2-drops that progress your board. Obviously, the Snake has the same stats, but it has to bounce a character back to hand. So against like Ruby Sapphire, you really sort of need to keep that board presence. And this is a really good option as another 2-drop. I think one thing to
I agree with you there.
Yeah, one thing to notice about the illusions is that the lower their cost, the sort of better value you get off them. Because your downside is sort of mitigated by being removed by an action. So say if you play a 2-cost and it gets removed by a 1-cost action, then that's not a bad trade. But if you're playing a 5-cost illusion, it gets removed by a 1-cost action, then you're sort of down quite a lot of advantage there. So these lower cost illusions are always going to be something that are usually going to be stronger than the higher cost ones, and I think this one's pretty good.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You've turned me around on it.
Good. I think it's convinced
me. You've convinced me.
Alrighty, next one. The Kronk Laid Back 5-cost unequal 4/4 quest for 2 has Ward, and I'm loving this. If an effect would cause you to discard 1 or more cards, you don't discard. So we've seen this effect before on a Magicka, Dispel, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Magicka. How do you spell it? Maybe if I just do this, I'll find it eventually. Let's do the C.
What is it? Well, yeah, I'm trying to think which one
is it. Not Magicka?
It is a Magicka, isn't it?
I thought it was a Magicka.
Oh.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. I went past it. During opponent's turn. So this one's only opponent's turn. This one is anytime. So definitely already a better ability. Has Ward, which is always nice. So it can't really be removed if you just leave it here. And there's actually quite a few Emerald Amethyst that discard your own cards. So we'll try and find a few.
I was going to say, what's a good version of your one drop Simba, but in these colors, where you draw discard?
Now
That's where
imagine
this is going to show.
imagine this: you pay 2 and you just gain the law because you don't even have to discard a card.
Oh, I will ramp up and just pay out the wazoo for that. That would be a good finisher.
What if you quest with Maleficent and you just return a cost 3 or less without discarding? What
What
if
else we got
you
in this?
what if you play the new share card? You don't have to
Oh
discard your hand. We'll get into some of those later.
no,
What other one?
shifting. No, shifting your Diablo.
Unfortunately, they have actually ruled that because the shifting the Diablo is a cost, not an effect, it doesn't work that way.
Okay. All right. Well, there we go. I was wrong, and thank God that they've errated that type of stuff because people are going to do that.
Yeah, that would have been very strong, I think. Strike a good match. Now for a 2 cost Dom, you just draw 2 rather than 2 and discard.
I'm down. Just challenging your opponent's cursed merfolks.
Yeah, that
Just
as
straight
well.
up.
Choose and discard a character card. That's gain law to the
No,
discarded character, so that wouldn't work.
it's kind of a numbo there, which sucks. But there is some really nice. I think Madam Mim is probably the ultimate way to do this. That Madam Mim. So yeah, I like Kronk a lot.
And there's actually a few more cards, interestingly. So I think this card could be interesting. We'll see how he goes. Obviously, 5 costs a
Yeah.
little bit expensive, but there's definitely some options there that we'll get into. We've got another Amethyst Ruby, Mother Gothel, 3 cost, 1/4, quest for 1. Pretty poor stats, but whenever one of your characters challenges, you may move 1 damage counter from chosen character to chosen opposing character.
Oh, this
Moving
becomes
damage.
interesting.
I mean, you get to use the effect as soon as you play it, which is nice. You do need damage in play, but Ruby's very good at damaging themselves.
Yeah, like a lot of characters in those colors come in with damage.
Yeah, I believe if
So
you were to challenge with a character that has 1 damage left on it as well, you could
move the
still
damage before
yeah
the
before it gets
damage is dealt.
banished. We might have to double check on that because I'm pretty sure the game state check happens after all the bag items are resolved potentially. I'm not sure. We might have to double check that
that'll
one.
be very interesting.
Um,
I think you're right though. I think you can do this. You layer it how you want to layer it. So
yeah, well, I'd have to get a ruling on that. I'm not too sure, but yeah, that could be good in play as well. Roger's just alluded to the new Yzma working with Kronk, so we'll get to that one shortly. It's definitely a nice option as well.
Exciting.
We've got Sven, who's been revealed a little while ago. 5 cost inkable Blurple card, 2/6, quest for 1 as Rush. And when you play this character, chosen character gets -3 at this turn. The -3 is nice. The Rush is nice. What do you think?
I like Rush in these colors because there's not heaps of Rush in these colors, but I don't think this is playable.
No, I know I saw Spacer was quite hyped on this card. I think it's okay. I don't think it's terrible, but I don't know if it sort of competes with the local cards that we've got at the moment. Next one, Diablo, 2 cost inkable, 1/2, quest for 1, evasive and challenger 2, very similar to the Sir Hiss, except it has challenger 2 rather than the 3 strength. Yeah, unfortunately, though, as soon as this is exerted, it's going to be pretty easy to be removed by evasive cards. Like if a shift Diablo challenges into it, you're not banishing a return. I feel like a lot of the stuff that's dealing 1 damage is going to be dealing 2 anyway, so it's probably not surviving much more than the Sir Hiss. So I would say Sir Hiss is just better.
Yeah, Sir Hiss might be better. The thing that I'm looking at though is this just becomes a really good shift target for Diablo.
That's
so
true.
now you're having more targets for that shift Diablo.
Yeah, I mean we've already got
so now you've got
12 shift options. You've got the 2 Diablos, or is there's even a 3rd Diablo?
No,
isn't there?
no. There's you've already got 12.
2, 3, 4, and more.
So yeah, and we've also got to count morph. So this is now your extra. Well, you're never playing that other Diablo, that 1-drop Diablo, the with Maleficent. You're not playing that.
No.
You're playing the other 2 1-drops. So I actually don't hate this 2-drop in that deck at all,
Yeah.
because it does deal with a lot of stuff.
Yeah. It's not bad. I think I'd still rather play Sir Hiss. The 1 health doesn't
Yep.
really matter too much in my opinion.
Yep.
And being able to sort of, I know this can hit Maui for 3, but being able to quest and Maui challenge in for 3 is quite nice as well.
Yep.
Merlin, Clever Clairvoyant, 1 cost inkable local card, 0/1, quest for 1. Low stats, but the ability very strong here. Whenever this character quests name a card, then reveal the top card of your deck. If it's the named card, put it into your inkwell face down and exert it. Otherwise, put it on the top of your deck. All right, so are you cooking up any combos with this card?
Yeah. Your Dalmatian puppies. It goes so well with those, but we're in the wrong colours. So 100%, one of my favourite cards that I just want to work. Your Merlin's Cottage. This is just going to be so good with Bruno as well, where you're naming the top deck, the cards of your deck. This is going to be such a fun little combo deck.
Yeah, I quite like it.
Build your engines and just start going off, gaining lore, ramping as well. This is so good.
I quite like the fact that you can now ramp to 4 ink on turn 2. You play Sail, you ink a card, you play Cottage, and then you Merlin to get to 4 ink on turn 2. It's pretty wild. I think the Ursula's Cauldron might just be a little bit better. I think that sort of provides you more value throughout the game, potentially. But there's no reason why you can't play both.
No reason at all. I like this. Playing your what's in my puppy deck. So all of the purple cards out of my puppy deck are getting replaced with all these new cards, and then I'm building this with your Merlin's Cottages. I think that's just going to be a fun combo deck.
Oh yeah.
And playing the Sorcerer's Staff, that's what it is? Yeah, where you're looking at the top card of your deck as well. I think it's Sorcerer's Staff. Yeah, Maleficent's. No, it's not that one. It's the other one. Yeah, Cauldron.
This one's good.
Yeah, the Cauldron. That's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, I think it's interesting card, and your opponent doesn't really want to have to waste a turn challenging and what's hatch.
And honestly, this is such a good shift target. Sorcerer's Hat. That's what I was thinking of. This is such a good target for your big Merlin, your shift Merlin.
Yeah. You can shift Merlin turn 3 now. That's crazy.
Yeah. So good.
Yeah. Cool card.
And then
I like
you're
it.
shifting, you're searching, building more combo pieces.
I like this card. Yeah, very nice. And, you could burn all your cards to ramp, and then Merlin, you search out something like Finders Keepers and just redraw back up. I don't know. Maybe there's better cards to search, but we'll play a new Bell in that combo for free. Yeah. Provide a bit more support with that Bell we'll get to. All right, next one. Yzma
coming back.
Sort of synergizing with the Kronk here. So 7 cost, inkable 3, 8 quest for 2. Huge stats here. Difficult to remove. Shift 5 and evasive. And whenever another character is banished in a challenge, return that card to its player's hand. Then that player discards a card at random. That's pretty cool. So it's like Bruno. Well, we don't talk about Bruno on an ability. But the cool thing is that when your characters are banished and returned to your hand, you can have Kronk in play to not have you discard a card as well. So it's basically just a free bounce back to your hand on all of your characters.
Yeah, that like this color combo needs any more discard and control, right? This is going to see play. This is definitely going to see play. I think people are going to start playing the 3-drop Yzma, where if you have you draw up to 3 cards from the 2 sets ago in set 5, which is it's going to where is it? It's not even there. Yes, it is. Yeah, one above. Yeah. Oh no, it was set 6, wasn't it? I thought it was set 5.
Yeah.
If you have fewer than 3 cards, draw cards. So it's a 4-drop. Sorry. That's such a good shift target. I think that deck's going to play that and that. You're probably going to put your Diablos in there. We don't talk about Bruno. It might even play a one of what's that Little Mermaid song that's Sing Together. It'll play one of those. I think it's going to be a really fun control deck.
Yeah, I think obviously the concern is that if you don't have Kronk, you are discarding a random card, which can be a little hurtful. But I think a lot of the time, if you find your Kronk, you're going to have him in play. But it's just a matter of if you don't find the Kronk early enough. But I think now's a good time to talk about this Yzma here. This is a new one from set 7, which is our Emerald color. Yzma's 2-cost inkable, 2/2, quest for 1, mess stats, but the ability is very nice, especially with Kronk. Or even without, it's quite nice. When you play this character, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. So a cycle on an Emerald card that can synergize with Kronk to not discard.
Oh, I'm down. This seems like
and
giving me too many color options.
I know. I think we'll figure out pretty quickly which ones are the good ones, but I think there's options for everything now, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this. I like that card a lot. I really do.
Next one, we've got Elsa the Ice Maker, 7-cost uninkable blurple 5/5 quest for 2 as a shift 4, which is pretty nice on a 7-cost. And whenever this character quests, you may exert chosen character. If you do, and you have a character named Anna in play, the chosen character can't ready at the start of their next turn. So, bit of a freeze effect when you have an Anna in play.
I like the thematics on that. I don't think this is going to see play at all in Blurple, because I think Blurple wants to do some other stuff, unless there's some really cool Anna effects.
I think Blurple probably needs to go down the, really go heavy on the sort of exerting line.
And you've got the Anna where you're gaining lore if you have an Elsa. It's just below. So yeah, look, I think there's going to be a really nice, interesting Frozen deck come out of this.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's going to be competitive enough.
Yeah, I would agree there. And next one, we've got Kanai, a 3-cost inkable 1/4 quest for 1 with Challenger 2. And during your turn, when this character is banished in a challenge, return this card to your hand and gain 1 lore. I quite like it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like it as well. 3-drop, essentially 3/4 in your turn.
Yeah, I mean, this struggles into Ruby because you don't get it. It just removed easily and goes to the discard rather than back to your hand. But against everything else, the 4 strength is going to be pretty difficult to remove with actions.
Yeah.
So a lot of the time you're going to get value from this.
I'm all about this.
I think this is nice, including some of the aggro decks we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, 100% agree.
Okay, next we've got Cusco, is a 4-cost unequal 2/2 Amethyst Emerald, quest for 2 with evasive. So pretty average stats, but the ability is quite interesting here. We can figure this out at the start of your turn. Choose 1. Each player draws a card, or each player chooses and discards a card. Again, a bit more synergy with the Kronk, where you can make your opponent discard a card and you can get away scot-free, not having to discard. So,
how do I feel about this? Start your turn. I'm all about this, to be honest. I am all about this because I'm getting into that multiplayer goodness. You can build that group huggy deck where everyone gets to draw cards, and then you can take it away from them. I like this. I don't think it's going to see competitive play though.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think potentially as a one-off, obviously you can make them discard a card, or you can make them draw a card and then discard it on your turn. So you can draw off like a Prince John or something. But I think the stats just make it not quite good enough.
I agree. Yeah. It's not going to see play.
No. Next, we've got Anna, 4-cost.
Prove me wrong, chat.
2/3, quest for 2, blurple card with support. Another frozen character. And when you play this character, chosen opposing character can't ready at the start of their next turn. Bit of a freeze option here. I don't mind it on an enter the battlefield effect. I wish, maybe if it didn't have support, just had better stats would be good, but 2/3 quest for 2 is not terrible. I don't know, probably just goes into that frozen deck we're talking about.
Yeah, look, I think it goes well with the Elsa that we just saw, the Ice Maker, but I don't think it's going to be that good. I really don't. I don't see this going further. Look, support is one of those abilities that really feels lackluster to me.
Yeah.
Um. So
Yeah.
yeah, I
Probably not
don't think
quite
this is
there.
going to see play. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, good card you can set up for trade. I mean, like it's not bad. I just don't know how it would fit into a Blurple deck. I feel like
yeah.
Blurple's quite heavy on the. I mean, like trading early on with your characters. Um,
Look, it does enjoy a lot of ink. I agree with you there. But if you're only playing this to ink it, then it's not good.
yeah, I think Blurple just ramps, and by the time you're sort of ramping up and wanting to use the effect, you probably just play the Elsa shift anyway.
Yep.
And you're sort of
Yeah.
competing for all your other 4-drops as well, right? So I think it would struggle to fit into a Blurple deck, but potentially.
I want to see someone create a really cool deck with this though. Nice little spicy deck where it's completely left field.
Yeah.
I
Next
just don't think
one,
it's going to be
you
that
got
good.
Donald Duck, 7-cost unequal 5/6 quest for 3. A awesome new ability.
I have seen this one.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if anyone
This
hadn't seen this.
excited me.
So opponents need
This
25
really
lore to win the game. I think the excitement mainly comes from this cool new ability that we haven't really seen anything like this before. And they've even had to update the app to have this new sort of change that you can make to the lore counter. Let's see if I can get it up.
Oh, I'm opening it up now. See if mine's been updated.
I'm not sure if they've updated it yet. Unfortunately, I don't think the card's all that good. I mean, your opponent can just target it down once they get to 20 lore and then win the game. But if you're able to give it like ward or something, potentially it might be okay. But let's see if they've updated it. I don't know how it works. If there's like a.
Let's try.
Can't see anything. Oh, app update. Let's see what's new in the update.
I just tried to go to 25 lore. It didn't work.
Okay, let's see. I'm just reading here. Tap a new button on the lore counter that updates any opponents. But where's the button?
I'm pressing everywhere. There isn't a button. Menu? No, lore? Continue.
Maybe if you like click on the card.
Pause? No. Yeah, no, it's not working.
Maybe
it wouldn't be that
like,
hard to track it.
Do you maybe like go up to 20 and then press it?
Well, I just tried that.
No, I don't know. All right, we'll try and figure it out later. We
got too many cards to go through.
Yeah, exactly.
I like this. I'm all about this card. I don't. 7 though. 7 is hard.
Yeah,
it's going to be really hard.
Who knows?
Especially because it's not a shiftable card.
I think it's exciting how it opens sort of new avenues for card abilities in the future, but yeah, I'm probably not going to see too much at the moment. Righty. The Queen, 4-cost equal 4/3, quest for 1 with the ability No Ordinary Apple can exert and choose 3 cards from the chosen opponent's discard, put them on the bottom of their deck to gain 3 lore. If any princess cards were moved this way, gain 4 lore instead. That's pretty cool. I like this card.
I like this. I like this card too. I really like this card. Yeah, I'm trying to remember what nice little queen shift targets we've got that will synergize with this. But there are so many princesses in this game. Like Rapunzel, your opponent's Rapunzels. What else you got that you're going to be killing? You're going to be killing their Cindy's early.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good against like Amber decks. And even against Ruby, you can put all the actions on the bottom of the discard. Say, Maui Shark, can't get them back. They play Pirate's Life, you put it on the bottom. That's not bad. Gain 3 lore for your troubles. Yeah, could see a little bit of play. Next one is Panic. This is budget Bell, Accomplished Mystic, 4-cost, inkable 2/3 quest for 2, which basically has the same ability as Bell, but it's 2 damage counters instead of 3.
I like that.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice. You lose out on 2 strength and a willpower, but you cost 1 less. The 2 damage counters is nice. In the Genie Wars, you challenge with the Genie, play Panic to get the 2 damage counters. To banish the other one and completely heal yours. And I think you pretty rarely get full value from the bell anyway. So
no, it's true, and I like it. I also am upset at myself that I didn't realize this before the end of competitive scene when I decided to cut Bell from my Amethyst Steel. But you can move 2 damage from your opponent's characters to another one of their characters.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
So I like Panic a lot here.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I don't know if he's going to see much play, but I think as a one-off,
it
would be nice.
Next, we have Archimedes, 2 cost, inkable 2/2 quest for 1. Whenever an opponent chooses this character for an action or ability, you may draw a card. I'm not super keen on this card.
Basically, whenever an opponent chooses this character, no, it's not going to go off.
You basically can't exert it ever, otherwise your opponent will just challenge into it and you won't get the effect. And if you're not exerting it, your opponent's just going to ignore it anyway, so I don't think it does much.
Yeah, it really does nothing. It's kind of a numbo card by itself.
Yeah, exactly. Next we have Kasha Kim, 3 cost inkable, 4/3 quest for 1. Pretty vanilla stat line. Not too much else to say about that. Dolores Madrigal, 1 cost inkable, 1/2 quest for 1. And whenever one of your characters sings a song, chosen opponent reveals their hand. It's a little gimmicky.
So in that Madrigal deck that we've been talking about earlier, this goes hard.
It's nice having a 1-drop.
Yeah, like.
Do we have any shift options?
Yeah, no, we don't. But it really combos nicely with her husband. I like that. I like this card. I actually do like this card.
I mean, you probably just play it as a 1-drop option that you can find off the new 5-cost song, but other than that, I don't think it does too much.
Look, the revealing cards from your opponent's hand is so powerful. It gives you so much information. And they're trying to build this yellow-purple song deck. So you're going to be singing songs non-stop.
Yeah.
And then you get to see what you're playing around. Oh,
the extra information
I actually
is
think
nice.
This is going to be good. Information is so powerful. So I think this will start seeing play.
Yeah, I think definitely in that Madrigal theme deck for sure. Alrighty, next we have Mufasa Amethyst Steel, 7 cost inkable, 5/7 quest for 2 with Shift 5, Evasive and Resist 1. The Maui Half Shark Killer is here.
Finally, but how many Mufasas have we got that's going to make this a good shift target? There isn't many, I think.
We have our 4 cost, and that is it.
Yeah, I was thinking like 6 and 7. It's an interesting shift.
The shift targets are pretty average, but Ruby decks are going to have a hard time removing this. On turn 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Mind you, they can still just play their half shark and just not exert it. But with Amethyst, you've got a lot of ways to exert characters, so they've also got to be wary about an Elsa.
I think this then will see. Will I play this in my purple steel deck?
I think we just need to wait for better Mufasa shift targets. If we get any better ones, this card could be quite good.
I won't play this. It's too expensive.
Yeah, I think I agree, at least for the time being. Magical Maneuvers, 2 cost inkable. Return chosen character of yours to your hand. Exert chosen character. I quite like this. I think extra bounce options are always nice for Amethyst. Is it probably not better than Snake, but we're already maxing out on Snake and Madden and Fox, so exerting chosen characters is nice.
I actually probably wouldn't almost start playing this alongside Snakes. Bouncing your rabbits, bouncing your goats, to your hand, even bouncing my favorite card, 1-drop Cogsworth, to your hand to tap something down so now you can challenge it.
I wonder if we replace Elsa with this and the Cogsworth. Obviously,
Yeah.
it's 2 cards, but
Hands down.
it's an interesting option.
I would replace my Elsas with this card.
Something
So I
interesting
like
to
it.
think
I
about.
like this card a lot.
Obviously, you miss out on the evasive, but
And you miss out on the body.
Genie can come in. Imagine if you've got a crab in play and a Genie, and your opponent's got a Maui half shot. You just play this, and then you trade into it with your Genie.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. So good. And then you're playing Cogsworth to give it rush. So good.
Yeah, and Roger's saying on turn 5 you can quest with the Fox or challenge into something, bounce it back, exert a character, and then play the Fox again. Obviously, you need a few characters on board, but that's basically like an Elsa that can now challenge for 4.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. I like it.
So yeah, I like it.
This is my family. 2-cost unequal song. Gain a lore, draw a card. Very nice. I like it. Drawing a card, gaining a lore. I'd probably play this over Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, potentially, or maybe on top of.
I agree.
I quite like it.
I'd be playing it instead of.
Yeah.
The drawing cards is what you really want.
Yeah, and the song's nice as well.
You want those bodies.
And you can grab this back from the discard with your Mirabelle shift as well when she quests, so that's nice.
Oh, good.
I'm
all about this. I want to play set of foils of them.
I quite like it. The next one, Show Me More. 2-cost uninkable. Each player draws 3 cards. Pretty nice for an aggro deck or a mill deck. Not bad. I like it.
2-drop, draw 3 cards. Weirdly, I'm about it. I don't care if sometimes my opponent's getting card draw out of it. Like in the deck that you want to play this in.
Yeah, it's good.
You're playing better advantage.
If you're playing an aggro deck with a bunch of burn cards, if you draw 3 and you just draw into 3, this is my family. You don't care if your opponent has 3 more cards. Like, what are they going to do? Play more characters down? They're not challenging yours.
Yep, exactly. So it's so good. I'm down. I'm all about this.
Yeah, purple, red, Madam in discard, I think could be interesting as well. Because then you can just keep the board clear with Be Prepared, and you can just keep milling with your it's like Marianne Birthday and the Mad Hatter's Tea Party and things like that.
Yep.
Alrighty, next one. I think this is our last Amethyst Steel. Restoring the Crown. 6-cost uninkable action, quite expensive, but you exert all opposing characters, and whenever one of your characters banishes another character in a challenge this turn, gain 2 lore.
Ooh. Sure.
What do you think
about this? I want it to be a song. Yeah, I think I'd play one off.
Yeah, it's a little bit expensive thing. I think it was difficult, but once you sort of get a lock on the board with like Calhoun, you sort of get to a point where you're not challenging and your opponent's not questing. So this is a nice way to sort of get around that. And if you are playing against decks that sort of like questing and they're a bit concerned about the Calhoun and they sort of get to a bit of a stalemate, which Sully, I know you had happen at the Set Champs last weekend, you sort of mirror match, you get stuck where you're not wanting to challenge or quest to sort of open up that challenge. This could be an interesting option as like a one-off, but a bit expensive.
No, I think I would play this in that Sturple deck is how I like to call it, because you're controlling the deck, you're bored, and this just helps you control more. So if your opponent's not questing because they don't want you to take them out, you're forcing their hand.
Yeah, interesting. Our second coil, the Amethyst one, 3-cost uninkable, magical touch. During your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, you may move 1 damage counter from chosen character to chosen opposing character. Nice damage moving every turn, but you do have to ink, so sometimes you just don't want to be inking. But you do have a lot of draw, so maybe you do end up inking every turn. It's okay.
Oh, it's okay. I agree. It's okay. I want to do this on turn 3 or waste 3 ink on this over something else? I don't know if I do.
No, I think it's probably not the worst coil, but nowhere near the best one.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's have a quick look at the Enchanteds. Which one's your favourite?
Look, that Donald Duck actually doesn't look much different to the normal Donald Duck if you scroll up. The art actually looks almost identical. Oh no, it's just a different angle. Okay, I'm wrong. Oh, it's probably the Jafar.
The Jafar is really cool. A bit of story behind it
The
as
art on the
well. Look at him
Jafar.
just taking over all of Archazia's island. I really like this.
Yeah.
Like the owl here has now been turned into the serpent. Like that's really cool.
Next set is going to go off. Oh,
I also
show me
quite like this.
more.
I also quite like this card. I think this
Yeah,
this artwork's quite nice. I don't know what about it. It's just really aesthetically pleasing to me.
it is. It's symmetrical while not being symmetrical. It's going on the rule of thirds. That's why it's really jumping out at you.
Yeah.
It's a stunning art. The artist on this, who is the artist? I can't quite see.
Maria Zafrilla.
They have done a stunning job. Amazing job on that, Maria. Like rule of thirds, your composition was perfect. Oh, we have to add set 6.
7.
7. I can count.
Alrighty, good. Another color
On
down
one hand.
onto Emerald. Drizella. This one's pretty unexciting. 4 costing gold of 4/4 for 1. Pretty vanilla.
Just vanilla.
Yeah.
No, we're out. It's out. I like that they're bringing the ugly sisters in though.
Yeah. Grunge, I think is how you say his name. Another Treasure Planet card from my collection. There's not many in this set, so this is the first time he's appeared as well. I'm pretty sure, but I think he might have been in the RLS Legacy. Sorry, I just no, was it Fire the Cannons? Maybe.
No, Fire the Cannons is on.
No, what's the
Baboon?
Baboon, that's the one.
Is it Baboon?
Oh, can't spell. It's gonna be like a million.
Actually, I think you can actually on. Is it Ink? Is it this one or is it what's the other website where you can actually search IPs?
Why can't I find
what
Baboon?
kind of GG?
What if I search Boom? No, he's not on there. I lied. It's just John Silver. Anyway, okay, so I guess we haven't seen Grunge yet. But yeah, so 2 cost inkable, 2/2.
Quest.
Yep.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, paying 1 less for your next action. I like it. I don't know if it's gonna see much play, but I do like this card.
Yeah, I mean, when he quests, you can fire the cannons for free. Not terrible.
Yeah.
Baymax, 2 cost, inkable, 3/2, quest for 2, enters exerted. Yeah, maybe it's a shift option, but otherwise I don't think he's doing too much.
I'm not playing this card. I don't think this card will see play because that's such a downfall. And even the argument that it's a good shift target, I just play Morph over it.
True. Agreed. Thomas O'Malley. Now this guy, I love this character. He's fantastic.
Aristocrat.
A smooth jazz playing cat. Yeah, Bonsai is better. Even though it's uninkable. 3 cost inkable, 4/2, quest for 1 with ward. I think the what's the prince's name? He's a 3/2 quest for 2 with ward. Prince Philip? I think he's probably just better than Thomas O'Malley, unfortunately, so we'll probably just be playing him instead. Pete, the pirate scoundrel. 1 cost inkable, 1/2 quest for 1. Whenever you play an action that isn't the song, you may banish chosen item.
I like this.
Yeah, it's okay. I think Emerald already has a little bit of sort of item removal, but you know, being a pirate, you can sort of synergize with some of the other new Emerald Steel pirates who've come from this set. So nice 1-drop option. I think it probably slots into that deck. So we'll go into the next one here. Hero Hamada, 3 cost inkable, 3/3 quest for 1. And when you play a Floodborn character on this card, draw a card. What she's just saying is a nice option for the Shift Pete as well. Yeah, I think the Shift Pete's quite good. I would probably be going more for the 3 cost Pete as the shift option, but yeah, having something extra is quite nice as well.
Yeah. On this card, Floodborn on this card, do we have it, Hero Hamada
I believe we
Floodborn?
got a new one from this set here, which is a Shift 5. But we also
Yeah.
have another card, which I won't spoil just yet because it'll probably be coming up
No,
soon. But
don't
we do have
spoil
another.
just
We do have
yet.
another shift option for this guy.
I
Drawing
like that
cards.
ability a lot. I don't think it's going to see play much, but I really like that ability.
Yeah, it's quite nice. And obviously, the more shift options we get, the better this card will be.
Yeah.
Cheshire Cat, 5 cost, thinkable 4/3 quest for 2. When you play this character, you may deal 2 damage to chosen damage character. In our new Emerald Ruby deck that's damaging characters, I guess it's okay, but it's quite expensive. Probably not doing too much.
I think it's too expensive.
Yeah.
Even with the Cheshire Cat shift targets.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have shift anyway. And like 5 costs for a shift.
No, he doesn't. No, I mean like the other one that
isn't
does.
It expensive? It's like 8 or something. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, it is a shift 5. Oh, maybe.
It's shift
exert
5.
banish chosen damage character.
Like it synergizes nicely.
You could convince me.
But I don't think it's going to be playable.
No.
Because it sets you up to banish something else. But it's going to be a nice little thematic deck, I think. Yeah. All right, share Khan, I guess.
Yeah, Roger's already jumped onto it. So 4 uninkable 4/4 quest for 4. Wow. Huge stats, but when you play this character, discard your entire hand gone. So quite good in an aggro deck when you've got no cards in hand. Really bad when you've got lots of cards in hand, but fantastic with Kronk.
So fantastic with Kronk, but I'd actually be playing this in a lemon lime deck with Lady. Yeah. This card would be so good.
You've got a couple of Lilos in hand. You just play the Shere Khan. Who cares if they're in the discard? You'll just play them next turn.
Exactly.
Interesting card. I think I might see a bit of play. Next one, we've got Basil, 6 cost thinkable, 3/6 quest for 3. Not bad stats. Whenever this character quests, opposing damage characters gain Reckless during their next turn. It's not great. I think I'd probably just rather play the John Silver. I know he only chooses one character, and this is all, but it's also on quest. So I think probably the John Silver is just better, even though it's only a single target. But Basil's
just is only good against hyper aggro decks.
Yeah.
So against the decks that actually want to be challenging anyway, it's just so bad.
Yeah.
But then you just ink it, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think it'll see much play in the damage deck. All right, next we've got a couple of dual links from Emerald Ruby. We've got Mad Hatter, 6 cost, uninkable, 3/5 quest for 2, with the ability Unbirthday Present. Whenever a damage character challenges another character, you may draw a card. Quite interesting because it's your own characters as well as the opponent's characters when they challenge it to you. So, bit of draw for a color combination that doesn't have too much draw. So, I quite like it, especially with the next card we're going to see, which is the Queen of Hearts. We should probably talk about this one because a lot of these damage cards will synergize.
Together.
So Queen of Hearts, 5 cost, uninkable, 2/6 quest for 2. But it does have a shift 3, and we've got some pretty good Queen shift targets. But the main draw of this card is the if I lose my temper ability, whenever another character is played, put a damage counter on them. So that includes your characters and your opponent's characters. So there's a lot of cool ways to these interact because your characters of Ruby color will get a lot of buffs from having damage on them. And then the Emerald cards sort of stop your opponent from doing things when they have damage on them. So as far as Duel Ink goes, I think this one's like the epitome of what they're trying to do with them. I think it's really cool.
Yeah. I actually think the shift for her is really good because you got your 2-drop Reckless as well, or the Rush, sorry, and deal 1 damage to chosen damaged thing. I like this. This is going to be a fun deck, and you're probably not going to quest with either of these. You're just going to put them out there just to have their static abilities.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Deal with shit.
We've also got this new one as well, which we can talk about now. So 2 cost shift target's a 1/4, but it's actually a 4/3 if you have a queen in play when you play it, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, when this has damage, that's so good.
I quite like that this card's a good shift target, but also does things later in the game, like a 2 cost 4/3, like huge. This one's quite nice as
Yeah,
well.
Queen
Deal
of
one
Hearts
damage.
is really thematic. I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah. The only issue is how do we get this deck to work if we don't draw into the Queen of Hearts? Gets a little bit tricky, I think.
That is going to be interesting. Where I think you're dealing with like your Mulans, and some damage stuff like that.
Yeah.
What's the other ones? Your green Helgas. Is it Helga? From Atlantis. Deal 3 damage to chosen damage character. When this
Mm.
character is challenged, banish. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I just don't think we have good ways to damage outside of this just yet. So maybe need to wait for some more
Yeah.
options in this color to deal damage to. I mean, we've got like Teeth and Ambitions, but we've got the new Scar promo from set 6. Maybe.
Yeah.
Cool fun deck, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we've got the Hero Hamada. This is the shift option we were talking about earlier. 7 cost Inkable, 4/6, quest for 3, shift 5, so we can shift on the other hero and draw a card. And your Floodborn characters, they have a card under them gain evasive and ward. So you can shift this character and he will gain evasive and ward as a 4/6 quest for 3. That's pretty good.
I like this. Will it? I guess in these color combos, you're going to be ramping pretty hard into that. So then, yeah, even without shifting him,
Yeah, I mean, he
it's
gives all
still
your other
just a good
characters.
static effect.
We give Diablo ward now. Cool.
Yeah, that's just broken.
And pairs pretty well with the yokai here. So he's a 2 cost, thinkable 1/2 quest for 1, a Emerald Sapphire, and you may pay 1 less to play characters using their shift ability. So now we can shift. We can play yokai on 2,
So
hero
good.
on 3, hero on 4. Pretty good curve.
So good.
We might as well jump to this Baymax here as well. This is an awesome new sort of mechanic here. He's a 6 cost unequal 5/5 quest for 2 with the universal shift 4, so he can shift onto any character. And he's got an ability which isn't too relevant that when you play this character, if you use shift to play and remove all damage from him. So
that is crazy. Universal shift. I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah. So now we can play Tipo on 2 and shift Baymax on 3. So we can get a 5/5 quest for 2 out of our Tipo.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal.
I think this card will be really good. So yeah, nice theme going. Yeah. Yeah, this sort of shift. And we can play Bucky now if we're shifting all these characters. Bucky might make a return.
A rotted Bucky actually looks really good. What's the other one? The 4-drop, where you've got shift. It's green. When you shift something, I think it's discard cards. That's going to see some play then, maybe.
You mean Bucky?
It's going to be an interesting deck. No, it's not Bucky. Who is it?
Well, it's Bucky.
Bucky's good. I like Bucky. Who is it? It doesn't matter. I'll think of it later.
Alrighty, next one.
It's going to be interesting.
We've got back on our Pirates, Donald Duck, 2 cost unequal 1/1 quest for 2. Average stats there, but with the ability Duck of Action, whenever this character is challenged, you may return an action card that isn't a song card from your discard to your hand. So this will pair well with the sort of new Emerald Steel Pirate deck where you're playing a lot of actions like the boom, smash, fire cannons, maybe like avalanche or something, things like that. So yeah, maybe you might slot into there. You can pair it with the new Mr. Smee that will ready your characters that are pirates when you play in action.
Does it go well? Yeah, I think it does. Good shift target for your chef, Donald Duck. Just giving him the red one.
Yeah. This one.
Yeah, it's not bad when you play him. Playing a bunch of those spells where you're losing lore and taking lore off people. Bringing that back. I think that would be a nice little fun deck.
Could see it. Next one.
And questing for 2.
Yeah, questing 2 is always nice. Yeah, Axiom, pretty sure Green Blue Floodborn Aggro is #1 deck to build this set. Yeah, I think that's going to be really cool as well. wasn't sort of up
I
there on
agree.
my list. I've been like as I've been sort of engaging with content, I've just been making lists of all the decks that I want to build, and I must say the list is getting very long.
It's getting
But
too
yeah,
long.
exactly, it'll be a good one. Berlioz, Mischievous Kitten, 3 Inkable 2/5 Quest for 1. Pretty vanilla
It's mediocre.
stats. Instead of a 2/5, it's a 3/4. Instead of a 3/4, it's 2/5.
I,
So nothing
I
too
don't
exciting.
hate that 2/5 stat, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's got nothing else going on for it.
yeah. Lady. Now, I think this card's quite interesting. It's a 1-cost unequal 1/2 quest for 1. But while you have a character named Tramp in play, this character gets +1. Now,
Yeah.
basically, if you have a Tramp in play, it's a better 1-drop that quests for 2 than like Lilo and Maleficent, things like that. And we have a really good 2-drop Tramp. We can play it for 1 if we have Lady in play. So as long as you're sort of finding the Tramp, then you can get this out pretty easily with the Lady to give it +1. We've also got this one as well. I think it's probably not quite good enough yet, but as we get more Tramps, I think this Lady will get better.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's still very playable.
Yeah.
Especially because you're going to be playing in that lemon lime. I think you would be playing that Tramp in that deck. So I think this becomes another 1-drop that you bring back with bigger Lady as well.
Yeah, I think we're just competing too many 1-drops at the moment for it to see any play at the moment. Gizmo we've already talked about. Butcher, 3-cost inkable, 3/2. That's for 1. While you have more cards in your hand than each opponent, this character gets +2. I mean, he's probably going to be triggering the +2 a lot if you're running it in sort of a discard deck, but
yeah,
I don't know. There's probably better
and the
cards
deck
I'd be
playing
playing.
it in. It's going to be interesting, yeah. I don't think it's going to see much play, but I think people are going to try and do it with a Clarabelle deck. They're going to try to do it.
Yeah, I could see it. And, you can always just quest at the start of your turn where you've got lots of cards and then play them all down afterwards. So, I mean, it might trigger a bit, but yeah, I think there's probably other cards I'd rather play first. So next we have Tweedledee, Tweedledum, another Duel Link for Emerald Ruby, 5-cost inkable 4/4 quest for 2, and another Recitation. Whenever this character quests, you may return chosen damage character to their player's hand. I could see it playing that sort of damage deck, but yeah, we'd sort of have to look at what other damage restriction cards we have. There might be better options there.
I don't think it's going to see play.
No, if it was on play, it would be better, but I think having it on quest is just a little bit too slow.
Yeah.
Baymax, we've already talked about, very cool card. The Gizmo Duck, suited up. Emerald Steel, 4-cost inkable, 4/3 quest for 1. Resist 1, so basically a 4/4. And can challenge ready damaged characters. So interesting that we've got all these like ruby, emerald damaged ones, and then we've got an emerald steel one. But steel has a lot better ways
to deal damage. Yeah.
Yeah. Or just saying
got that deal. Pairing this with Tink.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time this can be able to challenge ready characters. Yeah, I quite like it.
Grab your swords. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think we could sort of see a Emerald Steel ping deck potentially try and make its way back up again. We'll see. Next we have Fidget, Emerald Ruby, 4-cost 2/3 quest for 2 with evasive. Has the ability, I took care of everything whenever this character quests. Another chosen character of yours gains evasive until the start of your next turn. Very comparable to the Emerald Tinkerbell in set 1. How do you spell Tinkerbell? Tinkerbell. Was an Emerald card, so 4/2/3 evasive quest for 2, except it was when you play it, and it's only this turn. So you don't get the effect going sort of into your opponent's turn, but if you want to give a character evasive to challenge down a Maui Half Shark, that's probably the best use for the Tinkerbell. But having this one need to wait until you can quest for it, but it does give it till the start of your next turn. Maybe
I don't hate that ability because then you're guaranteed to always be able to give evasive essentially. The 2/3 body is hard. So I don't think it's going to see play, but I actually like where they're going with the ability.
Yeah, quite cool. Next, Mr. Smee, efficient captain, 3-cost uninkable, 3/3 quest for 1. Pipe up the crew. Whenever you play an action that isn't a song, you may ready chosen pirate character. And you want to know who's a pirate character that we love to ready?
Smee.
Yes, Smee, but also, what about this guy right here?
John Silver, my buddy and pal that I own a bunch of them.
I think I
This
might be
is
wishful
so
thinking
good.
here, but if you've got 3 locations in play and you just ready them a bunch of times, you're looking not too bad. But
You
yeah,
came back. Oh,
it's
that's
basically
going to
you came
go.
back
Oh,
on you came back on any because the Smee's the captain as well. But what you're saying, so when you play the 2 cost Smee, you can actually quest with him on turn 3 and play the Smee, and you won't take any damage. And then you can use your actions like fire the cannons and smash and a boom to sort of take out your opponent while readying the Smee and sort of questing a lot with it. So I think this
you
deck's
came
quite
back
cool.
isn't a song either.
No,
So
so you came
that's a
back
lot of
something.
lore.
So you came back something and then ready another character. So you would need sort of 2
Well,
extra characters in play for it to work, but it could be good.
yeah, I like
Um,
this. I like this a lot.
Next, we'll talk about John Silk because he's another Emerald Steel. He's an 8 cost, inkable 6/4 quest for 2. He is a storyborn villain, alien, pirate, captain, all the good stuff. So if an opposing character is damaged this turn, you pay 2 less to play this character. He does have resist 1, and whenever you play an action that isn't a song, you may deal 1 damage to a chosen character. So I mean, it's pretty easy to
Oh,
damage characters. So most of the time, you're going to get him out for 6, which is pretty good value for a 6/4 resist 1 quest for 2.
yeah.
Plus, you've also got the ability um, to damage characters whenever you play an action. So now your fire cannons is dealing 3 damage. Your smash is dealing 4.
You
Yeah,
play grab your swords, and John Silver almost becomes free.
Donald Duck, first mate. Another good option for Boccia. Questing for 3 because you're
Yeah.
always going to have a captain with the Mr. Smee. 2/3. So yeah, I mean, playing this down and getting because you can play this on 3 and you can play Smee on 4,
On
quest
2.
with 3,
Oh, yeah.
or the captain one. So play this on
Yeah, the
3,
captain
on
one.
4, quest with
Yeah.
the Donald for 3, and then play fire the cannons because you'll have 1 ink left over, and then quest for 6 on turn 4 with 1 character. That's not bad.
That
I quite
I
like
like
it.
that. I like that a lot. And then that synergizes really nicely with that duck that we just looked at.
Yeah, getting
With
your
dealing
actions back.
damage. No, that too, but I was actually talking Gizmo Duck.
Oh, yeah,
You
the
start
damage.
challenging.
Yeah. Very nice.
So there's some nice little synergies happening there.
Yeah, and you can play something like the Owl Island, so you get 3 lore whenever you play 2 actions in a turn.
Yep.
Interesting. This card I am quite interested in, actually. I've sort of been thinking about this one a lot. At first glance, it just sort of doesn't look like it's doing too much, but it's Daisy Duck, 8 cost, uninkable, 6/5 quest for 3. And once during your turn, whenever a card is put into your inkwell, chosen opponent chooses one of their characters and returns that card to their hand. So my
Oh,
initial thought with this card is, what if we played in Emerald Sapphire, ramp up to something, say, like 11? We've got a bunch of
yeah.
fish bones and bells in play. We play Daisy, we play Ink Geyser. They can't remove our Daisy, and then we just ink like 3 or 4 cards next turn. Our opponent returns all their characters to their hand, and then we just bend to my will them and get rid of everything. Is it a bit wishful thinking?
Oh,
Probably, but I think
this
it's
is it's
interesting.
interesting.
It might replace the muses, but you do gain a lot of space by removing the muses because then you can take out all your songs that you don't really need to play. Like you have for lumps and potentially you'll strike a good match. But I think it's something I'll test, but it might not be as good as the muses in the end.
Yeah, it being uninkable is hard. An uninkable, not uninkable. Yeah, uninkable and an 8 drop. I like it, but it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I
I
think.
want it to see play. I really do.
Don't worry, I'll test it. I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, we'll do some play testing together.
Yeah, Tramp we've already talked about. We didn't talk about the second ability. So when you play this character, chosen character of yours gets +1 strength this turn for each other character you have in play. On a potential 1-drop, 1/3 with an ability is quite nice, but yeah, I don't know.
It feels a bit lackluster,
Yeah,
but it's interesting.
yeah.
It's really interesting.
A little bit lackluster, I think. King of Hearts, Picky Ruler, 4 cost unequal, 3 quest for 2, and damage characters can't challenge your characters. That's quite nice. Maybe in the Emerald Ruby deck where you're damaging
That
all of your opponent's
synergizes well
characters.
with Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, but then do you sort of want to play the Mad Hatter instead? In which case, if they can't challenge you, then you're a bit like, oh, I'm not getting the card draw. So I guess you sort of pick one or the
Yeah.
other.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You're trying to go two different ways.
Yeah, exactly.
Which could be interesting. It could be an interesting deck.
I think you just pick which way you're going. Duchess,
Yeah.
2 cost inkable, 3/2 quest for 1. No ability there. Pretty basic stats. Probably won't see play at all at the moment. Maybe if we get a shift target down the line.
But I'll play that unlimited.
Yeah. Next one, Anastasia, 3 cost inkable, 3/1 quest for 2. Whenever this character is challenged, the challenging player chooses and discards a card. What do you think?
So it's just a bigger Merfolk, but it's just not going to be good. It's not going to see play. There is this ability is on a lot of cards that don't see play. I think Curse Merfolk is one of the few cards that do because it's the 1-drop. If this had one more lore, maybe it'd see play, but I don't think it's going to see play.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming by. I appreciate it. It's nice having you chat here and talk about all the new cards with us. So enjoy the rest of your day and hopefully catch you next time. Anyway, in terms of this card, I think it's really interesting. I think obviously against Steel Color, you're just going to ink it straight away. But having 3 strength, you're not really getting removed by too much. And a lot of characters that are challenging into this are going to get banished. You know, things like Snake, Goat, Fox. Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting. It's probably not going to compete with a lot of the other spots.
I think the problem, though, is you just deal with it with so many things. A mosquito bite deals with this.
No one's playing mosquito bite.
Everyone should be playing mosquito bite.
They should.
It's the same reason last set I thought Fred was going to be amazing.
Fred did only quest for 1 though. This quest for 2.
That's
but
true.
Yeah, I think it's probably a little bit too expensive.
I think it's just too expensive.
Okay, next one, Pete. I talked about him a little bit earlier. He's got a good shift target with the Steel Pete that stops actions. He's a Emerald Steel, 6 ink, 6 cost inkable, 5/5 quest for 2. Shift 4, so nice shift target with the 3 cost. And then Frightful Scheme, while this character is exerted, opposing characters can't exert to sing songs, and your acquired characters can resist 1. Down with Steel Songs.
I like this a lot.
I think it's quite nice in the pirate deck.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I'm down. I'm down with this. Just thematic for Pete. And turning him into a pirate. I'm down with this.
Yeah.
I want to build a green steel pirate deck now.
Yeah, I think it would be cool. Next one, Lady Tremaine, our first legendary of Emerald, 6 cost unequal, 3/3 quest for 2. That's quite enough. Exert, return chosen damage character to their player's hand, then each opponent discards a card at random. It's like Bruno, but only on damage, and the stats and questing aren't that great. Not a big fan of this card.
Yeah, I'm with you there. It's so situational is the term that I'd want to use. Look, if it wasn't an exert ability and maybe you put ink into it, like pay 2 ink, return damage character, but you could do it multiple times, I'm about it. I'm all about it.
Or even like an on-play ability, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is going to see play.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this next card. This card already returns a chosen damage character to the player's hand. It only costs 1. You're telling me I'm playing this 6 cost uninkable and I have to wait a turn to use it? No way.
Yeah.
This one,
the discarding at random.
Yeah, I mean, you just play Sudden Chill. You're paying 3 ink instead, and you can do it instantly.
Yep, exactly.
This card's okay. I mean, you can just return characters back, but we just play Mother Knows Best instead. It's a song. You don't have to have damage on them. Yeah, I think.
Although now we've got a bunch of cards that we've just seen where you benefit from them not being songs in these colors.
Yeah, that's true.
So
And
it
you've already got a
works
lot of
nicely
steel
with that
cards that deal
synergy.
damage, so yeah, could be okay.
Yep. So
Um,
yeah, it
he's a
also gets rid of. This is a board wipe on a lot of illusions sometimes.
yeah, true. Now, what? Uh, I mean, if the illusions are damaged, then you probably have already used an action to target them
You've
anyway.
you've generally already dealt with them.
But mosquito bite, ready a character quest, wake up Alice, ready a character
Yep.
quest, and you've returned a character. Not bad. Alrighty, he's a
Yep.
tramp. This is a one cost song. It's basically got the same ability as the tramp. Choose a character gets +1
Yep.
strength for each character you have in play. Yeah, I'm not too excited about this one.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think this is getting seen play at all because the deck that you're playing it in generally is probably not challenging. It's going wide and questing.
Yeah, exactly. The next one, our first ever
I
legendary
love this
action, I
card.
think. Return of
It is.
Hercules, 5 cost inkable. Each player may reveal a character card from their hand and play it for free. What cards are you comboing this with?
Oh, I am comboing this with what did I want? I actually had some ideas and now that I'm put on the spot, I can't even think of them. But Mufasa, big Mufasa, 100% would be fun. You yeah, the 8-drop Mufasa, bringing him in for cheating. Playing Genie, the exert where you're playing control and stuff, that'd be fun. But I think this goes into a blue green deck, hands down. Let's have a quick look into what I'm comboing in the blue green.
Now, what if we play it with Prince Philip
When you play this character, banish all. Yeah, I love this. I
and
love this so
with
much.
Chief Bogo? Have you seen this combo yet?
No, so when you play a Floodborn character, deal 1 damage. Ooh, oh, let's hang on. Yeah, okay. Green steel. Play him, cheat him in. You're literally just killing everything.
Yeah,
That's amazing.
as long as they don't have resist. And the cool thing is your opponent will have played their character before this effect triggers as well. So even whatever they reveal will get banished as well.
I like this. I like this combo a lot.
I think that's pretty cool.
It has some real fun synergies.
Yeah,
Green steel. I like that that's coming up.
it's back. Alrighty, Ink Geyser, the sort of controversial new card, I would say. Well, maybe not as much as some others, but definitely a cool new way to interact with your ink is 3 cost uninkable Emerald Sapphire. Each player exerts all cards in their inkwell. Then each player with more than 3 cards in their inkwell returns cards at random from the inkwell to their hand until they have 3 cards in their inkwell. That was a lot of inkwell. Basically, if you've got more than 3 ink, you return cards until you have 3. And that's for both players. So if you can ramp up really high, play a huge cost character and this in the same turn, they're going to really struggle to remove that character with only 4 ink on the next turn. I think this card's really cool.
I like this card. I saw it come out and I was like, this is going to be such a fun ramp control deck. And I bought out a bunch of super cheap 1 and 2 drop characters that quest for 2 or 3. Like your Hirams from last set or the set before that quest for 3. Because I think you just play this in a super hyper aggro deck. You're playing it with your that item where when something gets banished, bounce a character.
Yeah, the Chromacron.
The Chromacron, and just having some shenanigans around that with Clarabelle as well. So then you're drawing cards and playing with Fishbone Quill.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
It feels really good.
I like this card a lot. Can't wait to test out some stuff with it. Emerald Coil, 3-cost uninkable item. Shimmering Wings. During your turn, whenever a card's put into your ink coil, chosen character gains evasive until the start of your next turn. Very strong
This
keyword,
card
very
is
strong ability.
broken.
It's very good. I like it.
This
I
card
think
is
it's got a
so
lot of
good.
potential.
There, I saw a deck get played online that kind of really broke this with muses, and it just looked so strong. Let me see if I can remember what the combo was, but it was playing Clarabelle's to draw cards, muses to bounce things, and then it's questing, putting things back into your inkwell, and Peter Pan, Neverland Prankster,
Yeah, true.
like so good. When you play this character comes in exerted. When it's exerted, opposing player can't gain law unless one of their character has challenged his turn. And you give Peter Pan evasive, and you kind of just essentially locking them out of the game.
Yeah, that sounds very strong.
Yeah,
there's too many new cards to try. Going to be a fun couple of months with this new set. All right, Enchanted time. Which one are you going for?
I'm a sucker for Tramp, but I really like that Mad Hatter. But I am going to be hunting for the return of Hercules.
Yeah.
For my friend Izzy, who's really wanting that card, and her favorite cartoon is the Hercules movie.
Yeah. Nice.
So that's for me. What about you, mate?
Oh, I really like the Tramp. I think this art's really, really clean. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all fantastic, but I don't know, something about this one just.
I did see that hero has an alternate art version of that as well, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, so that'll be our set champs promo, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
So that'll be cool as well. All right, let's power through some of these. Ruby now, Grandmother Far, 2-cost inkable, 1/1 quest for 2. And whenever this character question, you can choose a character of yours +2 this turn. I mean, it's quite nice if you had a 1-drop that could start challenging, like a 1/3 or something. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be removed too
probably
easily.
Not going to see play.
No.
I like it, but it's probably not going to see play.
Nope, agreed. Queen of Hearts we already talked about. It's quite nice with the other Queen of Hearts.
Matchmaker's finally here.
Yeah, 4-cost inkable, 4/3 quest for 1. Whenever this character challenges another character, each opponent loses a law. Having to wait to challenge is a little bit annoying. I think we've got other cards that sort of do it on play, which are a bit better. I'll probably say no for the time being.
No, I won't see play.
Denahi, 3-cost inkable, 3/2. Reckless and Resist. So basically a 3/4 sort of, but I mean the Resist 2 is quite strong.
Resist 2 is really strong.
It is Ruby Steel. Rush. Yeah, Rush would be quite nice. I mean, pairs well with the Mushu we're going to get onto soon. Yeah, I think in a Ruby Steel deck that's challenging a fair bit could be okay. Calhoun's probably just better.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah.
The Stabbington Brother. 4 uninkable, 3/4 quest for 1. Rush, and your other character's name, Stabbington Brother, gain Rush. So sort of similar to our Jetsam and Flotsam combination.
Yeah.
The more we get, the better this card gets, but at the moment, I don't think it's doing too much.
No.
Bell, Mechanic Extraordinaire, 9-cost inkable, 7/7 quest for 3. Shift 7 for each item card in your discard. Pay 1 less to play this character using a shift ability, and when you play it, you may put up to 3 item cards from your discard on the bottom of your deck to gain 1 law for each item. Done in this way. Cool. I think after we got the new Bell revealed, it's a lot easier to get items in your discard and sort of play this with a really good shift target and quite cheap as well. And getting 3 law when you play is quite good. We might see sort of a fun meme Ruby Sapphire deck, but I don't think it'll be as good as the mainstay one we've seen.
Yeah, I think, and it could go really nicely with the other inventor Belle from the previous set and her father. where it's binding a bunch of different items and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Could be some nice little synergies. But this card is good. It's going to see play, hands down, easily see play.
yeah. Cybug, not too much to say here. 2 inkable, 1/2 quest for 1, +1 for each other character you have in play. You probably need like at least 2 other characters or 3 to make this worthwhile.
I am upset that they didn't put on this card you can play any number of Cybugs in your deck. I feel like that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Unfortunately, it's just a bit of an average ability.
yeah.
All right, we've got another Stabbington brother. 5 inkable, 4/4 quest for 1. And when you play this character, chosen opponent loses a law. On play effects, nice, but the stats for the cost just aren't worth it, I don't think.
No, I agree with you there. No, it's going to be a bit lackluster.
Cards, soldiers, 1 inkable, 1/2 quest for 1. And while damaged character is in play, this character gets +2. Probably not a bad 1-drop for the Emerald Ruby deck. You can just play a Mother Gothel on 2. Now you've played a 1-cost 3/2. Yeah, I mean, we already see sort of Moana making a bit of headway, the 3/2 sort of sailor. So this might be all right in that deck.
Yeah, I think it might be all right. Yeah, you know. And I keep forgetting which one it is. It's not Lady Tremaine, it's the other one, isn't it, that comes in with damage?
Mother Gothel.
Mother Gothel, yeah. I think this will see play.
Yeah, I think it could be good in that deck. Cogsworth, 3 inkable, 3/3 quest for 1. And while you have an item in your discard, get +2. I quite like the synergy between the other Beauty and the Beast characters. 3 cost, 5/3. Only if you have an item, which you're almost always going to have. There's probably just better cards you're going to be playing. And if you're playing Ruby Sapphire, you skip a lot of your 3-cost characters to go to 4 ink anyway. Probably won't see any play.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I don't think it'll see any play. I do also agree with you that I like the thematics, though.
Yeah. Next, we've got Toby, 1 cost uninkable, 3/1.
No.
Why am I playing this card ever?
Yeah. I'll play it in limited, and that is it.
Yeah, Axiom is card soldiers doesn't even have to be your characters as well, so that's another bonus for the card, can be your opponents.
Yeah. So it targets your illusions. Oh well, it doesn't get rid of illusions. That's only actions, isn't it?
Yeah.
Toby,
yeah.
No, Toby's not going to see play.
Beagle Boys, 4 equal Ruby Sapphire, 3/3 quest for 2. And whenever this character quest, chosen character of yours gains a rush and resist +1 this turn. That's weird because
I want this to be good. I do want this to be good.
I mean, your best card you're playing on turn 5 with Ruby Sapphire is Maui Hero to All, which already has Rush. So
yeah, giving it resist 1.
I mean, this would have been better in like Ruby Steel.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the colors are wrong. Because all the characters that you want to give this to already have Rush.
Yeah, I think,
or
not all the cards have to be good, but we'll be not great with this one.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's going to see play.
Alrighty, next we have Li Shang, Ruby Steel. 3 cost unequal, 2/3 quest for 1. This character can challenge ready characters, and while he has damage, he gets +2. Really sort of combining the Steel and Ruby sort of themes here.
This with, is it the Ruby Mickey?
The Ruby Mickey?
Is it Ruby Mickey? Yeah, the Pirate Mickey. Oh, maybe, yeah. I was just thinking, yeah, that one, take no damage.
Then it's only for pirates, right?
Oh, it is pirates. Damn it.
Unfortunately, not going to be doing too much.
Let's take that back.
No. Quite nice with the Mushu there that we'll get to in a sec. Moana, evasive, 4/3, quest for 1, 4 cost, Genie Killer. And whenever this character challenges another character, another chosen character of yours gets +3 this turn.
I like this. I like it a lot. I don't think it's going to see much play though. I
Hmm.
like it.
Yeah, I mean, what would it go into? I don't really know. Yeah, it's interesting. Another option to take out genies if we ever need.
It's a red version of Crab.
Yeah, when it challenges. That's quite nice. I mean, you can play in
So
Ruby
I
Steel,
actually think,
and then if you like, you give something +3 with this, and then you can play Arthur potentially, and then
this actually
Moana
might
can.
see play in red purple.
Yeah, I mean, you've already got Crab and Genie.
True.
Yeah, not sure about it. Don't think so. The next one's the Phantom Blot, which is basically just a Stitch, but with a different character who's a villain. You know, you can play either or at the moment. I don't think it matters too much. The Beast.
Is it going to see play?
No. We've already had one that hasn't seen play, so I can't imagine this one will. The Beast,
Exactly.
6 cost, uninkable, 5/5, quest for 2, which is a Ruby Sapphire, and Exert, pay 2, banish 2 of your items, deal 5 damage to chosen character. Don't think it's very good. You have to exert and pay 2.
I don't think it's good either.
You have to banish your items. I mean, it synergizes with Bell, but we've already got such good ways to banish items. I don't think we're going to be using it.
Yeah. And the art, why does he look so awkward in this art?
Have you
Like he
seen
doesn't
him?
know what he's doing.
He has no idea what he's doing. The movie, he's just awkward and clumsy whenever he's trying to do anything. It's very funny.
Yeah.
So on brand
awkward,
there, isn't it?
So on brand. All right. The hero card, hey?
All right. So Georgie Morgan and we have been waiting with bated breath. So we might just skip over Mushu then and go to the next.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
We don't need to talk about him.
Yeah, this card's really, I think, hopefully we'll push Ruby Steel into the next sort of tier of deck. I think it's a 5 cost inkable 4/4 quest for 1, but it has some really good abilities that whenever one of your characters challenges, they gain resist +2. And during your turn, whenever one of your characters banishes another character in a challenge, gain 2 lore. All right, Sully, what are we going to combo it with? Unplayable.
It's completely unplayable. It doesn't combo well with Calhoun at all. I think it's terrible when you're playing Pyros. Just
what if
this
we
is
play
just
it
a
with
number
Pyros?
card.
What if we play it with Pyros?
It's so good. I want to build this deck so badly. Giving resist to resist, I think, is probably one of the strongest mechanics in this game. I think it's actually a little bit better than evasive. Because it's so hard to deal with. Playing it with I think playing it with what else would you play it with?
Now, what if we play Maui Shark? Now we Maui Shark and we play Fan the Flames. So now whenever Maui challenges, we get 3 lore and he gets resist 2. Cool.
It's just so good.
I think there's a lot of cool stuff you can play this with. Like you put it with the Denahi, you now resist 4. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And I think they realized they messed up when they didn't add Mushu when they first brought Mulan cards in. So they had to really, really dig back and build a really good card.
Fantastic art for this first card as well. Look at that menacing dragon in the back there. Like cool action pose. So good. He says, "Stop giving away my secrets."
Stop giving away.
There's so many ways this card could go. It's really cool.
Yeah.
The stats are pretty good as well.
Deck.
Like 4/4 is going to be pretty tough to remove.
Yeah, it is. And with Robin Hood as well.
Yeah, I think this card has done a really good job of, sort of combining. It's very much a steel card with a bit of ruby in it, though, isn't it? Steel with the resist, steel with the gaining lore when you banish. So, yeah, I quite like this card. Very cool. If you guys have any other thoughts on it, put them in the chat, but don't reveal all the secrets. Maurice,
Come on, Georgie.
Maurice
Tell us
is
your favorite
the
card.
4-cost unequal 5/2 quest for 1. How on earth did that happen? When you play this character, you may banish chosen item of yours to draw a card. If the banished item is named Maurice's machine, you may also banish chosen character with 2 strength or less. So it's basically a bad Flavisham that also has a special ability if you've got Maurice's machine. Let's check that card out quickly while we're
what's that
here.
card?
Right here. So you do have to play the Maurice in Ruby Sapphire if you want to play this. And when this item is banished, you may return an item card with cost 2 or less from your discard to your hand. So you can't return this card, but you can return things like Popsicle.
Is this good?
The Sapphire Coil.
I don't think it is.
No, I don't think it's as good as like the Flavisham. So maybe in like our Bell item deck that we're going to build because we love Beauty and the Beast, but otherwise I don't think so. Next one, Goofy, 7-cost inkable, 7/6 quest for 1, evasive, and whenever this character challenges another character, your other characters get +1 this turn. I think that's probably a bit too expensive.
It's way too expensive, but I like it.
It's cool.
I really do like this card.
Evasive's nice.
But it won't see play.
Nope.
That's the only problem.
Cool
it's too
artwork.
Expensive.
Feels like an old school sort of Goofy look in there. All right, this card's interesting. Lyle, Tiberius, Rourke, 8-cost, inkable, 6/4, quest for 3. And once during your turn, whenever a card is put into equal, deal 2 damage to each character in play. Now, this is crazy because you can
that
really
includes itself.
Yeah, you can only get this trigger off twice unless you're healing it. And are you really playing this in Amethyst to move damage counters or Amber to heal? I guess you could play it with Popsicle to heal it. But
well, then this synergizes with what was it? The Queen of Hearts and stuff, was it? No, which one was it that we just saw where we're moving damage around? This kind of synergizes well there.
You could play it with like the Amethyst Coil. Whenever you ink a card, you can move a damage counter. You play it with Panic. But
it's not going to see play.
No. I mean, you can play it in Sapphire, Ruby Sapphire with like a Baymax healing sort of strategy with Grandpuppy. Maybe okay, but I don't know. Not super convinced.
It's actually it's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
it's kind of interesting where because it's not targeting, it's all. It gets around ward. So this with like a with Sapphire, where then you're ramping, so you're using your Fishbone Quill as a damage giver and trying to move the damage off him. So even if you can move 2 damage off him, you can almost do 6 damage just in a turn.
Yeah, I mean, it could be fun in sort of a meme deck, but I don't think it'll be up there in the best decks. Interesting to try out. Next we have Mulan, another awesome shift. Mulan option, 7-cost inkable, Ruby, Steel, 5/6, quest for 2, shift 5, and evasive. And whenever this character challenges another character, your other character's gain, this character can challenge ready characters this turn. That's quite nice. Challenge ready characters. Pair it with Mushu.
This Mushu seems fun.
All you need to do is challenge one character with this, and then you're challenging every character on the board with all of your characters. And I think having options like Pete to sort of stop board clear could mean this deck might be sort of up there, tier 3, 2.5.
No, I think this actually does get played because then you play it with Calhoun, you play it with Robin Hoods and some other things. Now you're challenging, getting rid of things that are ready and gaining the lore, even off Mushu or those characters. I think this is going to see some real cool play.
And we've got some great shift options for Milan as well in Steel with the new one in this set and the Ruby one as well. So I quite like it in the deck.
I do too.
Next one we've got Blue, Iron Paws, 6-cost unequal, 5/4, quest for 2. Your characters with 7 strength or more can't be dealt damage. Interesting to play with the Maui Half Shark. Other than that, probably not doing too much.
Yeah. This is. I want this to be good because I love Blue, but it's just not.
I think if you're ever struggling against Amethyst Emerald, this card auto wins that matchup. I mean,
but it could win more.
Yeah. I think
That's the problem with it. It's a win more
the issue
card.
you
It's
get
not a
into is if you can't get your Porpsicles back, you can't really challenge with your Maui because then they just start going you and you lose quite quickly.
yeah.
But yeah, I don't think we need to play it in the Ruby Sapphire. Speaking of Maui, we have a G says Imperial Proclamation with the Mulan. I can't remember which
Ooh.
one that Imperial one is.
I cannot either.
Oh, I can't spell. Imperial.
That's alright, I'm dyslexic.
Whenever one of your characters challenges that character, you pay one less to the next character you play this turn. That's pretty cool.
Oh.
I forgot about that.
That seems stupid and fun.
And surely we're playing Imperial Bow as well. There's like heaps of heroes in this deck.
Yeah.
I like the Imperial Proclamation there.
Is...
Thank you for revealing the secrets. I like it.
You're most welcome. We live to serve.
Yeah, nice. I like that combo. Right again, so 4 cost sinkable, 3/3 quest for 1. And whenever you play an action while this character is exerted, gain a law. So it's like Maui, except it needs to be exerted, and you can get it out a bit sooner. But like Maui costs only 2 more, and the stats and evasive and the ability are just so much better. Why are we ever going to play this instead of Maui?
Because it's so good. I actually think this will see play.
You reckon?
Because it's now it's your 5th and 6th Maui Shark.
That's true. I don't know if we'll just see play
like
Ruby Sapphire.
You're not replacing Maui Shark.
I mean, Ruby Sapphire already has enough dig to find their Mauis with like Vision and Develop Your Brain and Flavor Shan and stuff, but I could see it being a nice lower cost card for a potential other Ruby deck that's playing actions. Maybe a Ruby Emerald deck with like the Robin Hood and Owl Island and playing all sorts of those things. Potentially.
We look at that art. It's kind of
really
looks
cool.
like a weird Marge Simpson.
It does, doesn't it? Oh my god!
I'm
not going to be able to unsee
that. Yeah. Sorry, people. I've ruined everyone's lives.
You have ruined Radigan for everyone.
But that's Marge Simpson.
All right, on to the next one. What do we got? Let's try and be done before 9. But we'll see. Yeah, this one's boring. 2 cost, 2/2, quest for 2. Nothing exciting.
Not playable.
Milo, 2 cost, 2/2, quest for 1. But whenever you play an action, you may give chosen character +2. I think we've got better cards to give character strength than Milo.
We do. Look, I've got a soft spot for Atlantis, but
Ruby Comicron, that's probably just better than Milo.
Yeah. It's 2/2 body.
Yeah. You have to play an action though.
Right.
And then you're sort of taking away from your characters that can challenge in your deck. So yeah.
It's true.
Maybe. Vanilla 5/6/5 quest for 1. Too exciting. We've got company, ready all your characters and they gain reckless. You can sort of pair this with the what's that?
There is a combo with this, isn't there?
Oh gosh.
Oh no, this combos well with is it Scar?
I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's not a song. It's an action.
Is it Teeth and Ambition?
Who's with me? Whenever one of your characters with Reckless challenges another character this turn, gain 2 law. So you give all your characters Reckless, you challenge, you get lots of law. Not bad.
Yeah.
Other than that, probably not too much. I mean, you can quest with all your characters, and then you can ready and then challenge. So maybe in the Ruby Steel deck it might be okay. Out of order, it's like a energy blast, but it's inkable and you don't get to draw a card. I think I'd rather just draw the card and have it uninkable.
Yeah.
They've
just made that energy blast just strictly worse, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, not strictly, but basically strictly. I think you'd always just rather have the uninkable and draw a card. Here's the Ruby Coil, 2 cost. Whenever you put a card into your inkwell, chosen character gets +2. It's okay.
I don't mind it. It's not.
I think I'd still just rather play the Chronocron. It's only +1, but you get to do it every turn. You don't have to.
I agree.
The tool, when this item's banished, you may pay 2 less for the next item you play this turn. With our new bell, you can play this on 1, banish it, and then play a Porpsicle, and then play another bell.
And
or even another one of these.
Really cool So if you scroll up to the shift bell, this unconventional tool is in the art. It's in her hand right there, and
Oh,
it is on the blue
oh,
bell as well. So there's a really cool little uh,
that is cool.
um,
Good spot.
hidden stuff in the art. I noticed that
Ah, very nice.
uh, not long ago.
I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, this card's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think I'll see
But
play.
you're pretty tight for space, so
Go on.
it'll be hard to fit in, I think. Ooh, all right. Oh, we got one more. Devil's
That was
Eye
all right.
Diamond. 2 cost inkable. If one of your characters was damaged this turn, gain a war. Pretty good. I mean, it's the war gain for
Yeah,
free on an inkable 2 cost. The conditions
I
are
think it will
probably not
see.
too hard to meet, so I like it.
Yeah, I think we'll see play with that bell deck
Hmm.
around the items, just because it's
Yeah,
just a free lore that you can sack and stuff.
yeah, quite nice. Enchanteds, which one are we picking?
Oh, look, I actually am not a fan of that bell enchanted. I'm gonna be honest. I can,
Really?
uh, yeah, I the composition of it, I'm not a big fan. But that Devil's Eye Diamond, oh, I like that a lot.
And it's got the same sort of shrubbery as
Yeah,
the other one.
yes, that one
Where
other
was it?
one we were talking about. What was it?
The Show Me More.
Yeah, Show Me More.
It's basically the same.
It's the same. It's guaranteed it's the same artist, right?
Oh, maybe that one was by Mario Zafiro. That's right. We talked about that, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then let's scroll down.
Where-
No, different one.
Oh,
Maybe they just had a theme there to go
wow.
with. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I really
Art
like the
director
bell.
did a great job. You like the bell? Yep.
I
Yeah.
think I really like the bell. I mean, this one's awesome too. The Radigan.
Yeah.
I mean, they're all just really cool. They do a fantastic job with the enchanters. All right,
They do.
smash
They
through
really
them
do.
now into the Sapphire. We've got Clarabelle, nice shift
I got a
option,
new ship
sort
target.
of. Yeah, 4 cost, 3 quest for 2 with support, and your
Am
other
I
characters
playing it
get
though?
support. No, I think I'd just rather play the 1 drop.
Yeah, I'm not playing it.
Scrooge McDuck, our legendary Sapphire, 4 cost, inkable 4/4, quest for 1. Sapphire loves their 4 drops. However, you can play this one for free if you exert 4 of your items. And when you
Oh,
play it, you can look at the top 4 and you may review an item, put it into your hand. Is this better than Tala?
yes.
Maybe in Sapphire Steel, I think it would be, because you're going to hit a lot of your 1 drops
Yeah.
that draw cards more often. In
Yep.
terms of
And because you can
your
pay it for free.
Yeah, in terms of your Ruby Sapphire, I'd probably still just play the Tala, I think. Unless
I
you're
think
going
you
like
play
a
it
full
together.
heavy item deck.
Yeah, I think this goes in that full item heavy deck.
Mm.
Maybe even the ward. Oh no, the ward don't play items. Ah,
I think it'll still see play in a few decks. Yes,
yeah,
another good Scrooge. We're very excited. We love good Scrooge. And we can put him in the
yeah,
McDuck manor. So thematic.
yeah. I think
I like this
being
guy.
able to play him for free makes him playable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
A free
Yeah.
4/4 is real strong.
Yeah. I don't know how often you're going to get it off, but I mean, if you do, it feels so
You're not
good.
playing 4 of them. Yeah.
No, I probably wouldn't say 4. Matthias, 2 cost, equal 3/2, best for 1, and your queen characters gain ward. Not bad.
I want this to be good, but I don't think it's going to see play at all.
No, I'd agree. Moana, 3 cost, equal 1/6, best for 1. Was this the promo that we got?
This was the promo. Remind me, because I've got one for you.
Oh, very nice. It looks nice.
It's good, but it's not great.
It's fine. It's a vanilla card.
Yeah.
Monsieur D'Arc. I think I said that right. My French isn't great.
Yeah.
1 cost, inkable 1/2, quest for 1. Whenever this character quests, you may banish chosen item of yours to draw a card. So it's like a baby Flamisham. That's pretty cool.
I like it. I like that. And it's a
Yeah.
1 drop. I think this will see play.
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. Don't hate it. Next one, Gaëtan Moliere, something like that. 3 cost,
Yes.
equal 3/4 quest for 1. Pretty vanilla card there. Nice for limited, not much else. Now, the most hyped card in the set, I would say, the Bell Apprentice Inventor. 3 cost, equal 3/3 quest for 1. But the ability during your turn, you may banish chosen item of yours to play this character for free. Now, initially, I thought that you could only play this character when you banished an item, so she wasn't able to banish. But her being able to just banish an item and play it for free is so strong. Holy moly.
It's ridiculous. And it's a common. This is going to see a lot of play, and this by itself shakes up the format so much.
I think I'm very glad it's a common. I think cards that are this powerful as legendaries that are obviously 4-ofs make it difficult for players to get into the game at later stages. So I'm really happy it's a common. And I think there's 3 in the starter deck as well, so super accessible for players.
Perfect.
Very happy about that. But
that's what we want.
Super
that's what
strong.
We really want.
We add it to our list of turn 2. Yeah, we can add it to our list of turn 2 singers with Cinderella and Diablo now. So that's nice in like your Sapphire Steel deck.
Yeah. Can you play it turn 1? Can't you?
Yeah, so you just play any 1-drop item and then you just banish it and play this for free.
Yeah.
You can play your unconventional tool. You can play Bell for free, and then you can play an item that costs 2 or less for free.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So good.
You can even chain it. You can play unconventional tool. You can play Bell. You can play another unconventional tool. You can play another Bell. You can play another unconventional tool. Play another Bell. Mind you, you need all 6 cards in your hand to go to that, but you can get 3 3/3s out turn 1. That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
Very strong card.
Powerful.
We've got Lucky, Runt of the Litter, 3 cost unequal, 1/3 quest for 2. And whenever this character quests, look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put any puppy characters into your hand and put the rest on the bottom of your deck. It's basically draw power in your puppy deck. Very good.
So good. You're generally always going to be seeing a puppy.
Yeah, at least one. And it's whenever it quests as well. So I quite like it. That goes straight in the puppy deck.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually so powerful.
Yeah. All right, next we've got Dawson. Once during your turn, whenever it casts one of your inkwell, look at the top card of your deck. Put on either the top or the bottom of your deck. So you compare this with the Merlin. I mean, you can play Merlin on 1, then you can play Dawson, then you can ink a card, then you get to look at your top card, and then you can quest with the Merlin. So that's something, I suppose.
Yeah, because this... Will I play this? I probably would, to be honest.
I think if you're playing the Merlin, you probably just want to maximize your outs of turn 2 using him to ramp, so you probably would. And I mean, he's good late in the game as well if you've got Bruno and things like that. So it's not a dead card late in the game either, because you can play it and you get instant value off it when you ink a card. So I think it's pretty good in that Bruno Blurple deck.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. Because if you don't have the cottage out, this just acts like that.
Yeah. Another fantastic legendary for Sapphire is the Tamatoa. Happy as a Flam. 6 cost inkable, 4/5 quest for 2. Already pretty good stats. And the ability is whenever you play this character, return up to 2 item cards from your discard to your hand. And whenever this character quests, you can play an item for free. Mainly that Lucky Dime for free.
Yeah.
After this character quests, pretty strong.
Is Big Tamatoa getting to see play anymore now that we have this?
I could potentially see a game card for this.
Yeah,
I agree. It sort of depends, right? Like, I know Tamatoa, they use a lot to sort of close out the games, but, getting a lot of value off this to sort of play your items back down, draw, and Flavisham to draw is pretty good in the mirror match. And I feel like it's quite difficult to sort of use Lucky Dime in the mirror because you're always worried about hideaway. So if you're able to play the Lucky Dime for free and then play another character, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's quite a good card. Probably the best legendary of the set, I'd say.
Yep, I agree with you.
Next we have Hey, he's back. Everyone's fan favorite. The Sapphire Steel 5 cost inkable, 1/5 quest for 2, shift 3, resist 1, and when you play this character, put all cards from your hand into your inkwell face down and exerted. That's pretty strong ramp option.
That for shift 3,
Yeah. Let's see what options we have for
that
Hey
is
Hey Shift.
crazy.
So
What?
Sapphire Steel. We've got a 1-drop. We've got a 2-drop. That's pretty good.
Oh, this seems like a fun deck.
And
What are we ramping into here?
now we might get into this card a little bit later, but there is a new card, I believe, that lets us draw for all of our allies in play. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe it's an old card.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
What?
That's all right. I'll find out what it is later. Sapphire Ally that when it quests, maybe it's Steel. I'm not sure. If anyone in the chat knows, I think it's quite a cool card. Because basically it says when you have no cards in your hand, whenever you quest or maybe exert it, you draw cards for each ally you have in play. And obviously, Hey Hey is an ally. And there's potential for other allies. Maybe it's Sapphire.
What if I search each ally? Jasmine.
Why is that new?
Whenever, yeah, it's the new one. Whenever this character quests, if you have no cards in hand, draw a card for each ally you have in play.
It's because it's characteristic. Oops, that's why it wasn't coming up. Yeah, this card's really quite interesting. In terms of allies, let's see what we've got for options.
You've got so many.
Hey Hey, it's cool. We got the Maid Marian and the Lady Clark. Bleakley, it's cool. We got the shift option.
I want to see Ben get play, but he's not. He's just terrible.
I do like that. Chicha could be cool. Tipo as well. Very good options. Tipo. I mean, these are all okay. Those are probably the best ones. Cogsworth.
You've got your kit Cloud Kickers with Ward, which I think will be fun.
The other Hey Hey's an ally. Here is not bad. Mr. Arrow. Oh, we could see Mr. Arrow. Pluto. Man, there's a lot of good allies.
Pluto's an ally. Captain Amelia. And Doc. All of your Seven Dwarves are allies. That LeFou. Oh, I want to see that LeFou. That LeFou. During your turn, you may play things for free. Yeah, Tinkerbell as well. Is an ally.
So I think if you get a lot of allies down, you can sort of draw cards with this. And obviously you've got Flavisham, which can draw. You've got Popsicle, things like that. So I think the sort of losing your whole hand isn't as big of a downside as you sort of might think. Yeah, and you can potentially sort of ramp up to like 7 on turn 3.
Yeah.
Mind you, you probably want to make sure you've got some sort of card draw in play before you do that. But you could always just top deck a whole new world and bam, you're ready to go.
That's it. And Hey Hey sings Whole New World.
Exactly right. Yeah, I think that's a cool card. Could be really interesting to see how to go with like an ally deck. Alrighty, next we've got Keita, 4 cost, equal 3/3, quest for 1 with Ward. You can exert, look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 into your inkwell face down, exert, and the other on the top of your deck. I think if it was into your hand, it would be really strong, but even just some ramp is quite nice. But I think Sapphire's got a lot of 4 cost drops already.
Yeah. I don't think this will see much play, although it might see play in that Ward deck. It might.
Yeah, I think it's probably just competing too much for the 4-drop cards. Yeah. Toulouse, just a basic sort of 1 cost, 1/3. Might be a shift option in the future. Marie is a 2 cost, 1/2, quest for 2. And whenever the character quests, you may give chosen character -2 this turn. Yeah, probably not doing too much because it's when she quests. I think the sour bill is probably a little bit better because you get it when you play it. Like this character's not going to be sticking around for more than 1 turn. It'll be taken out pretty quickly after a quest.
Probably not seeing much play.
Pepper, another puppy. Whenever one of your puppy cards is banished, you may put that card into your inkwell face down and exert it. So another way to get puppies into your inkwell for the Pongo.
Oh, good.
I like this card.
Good. This is definitely seeing play in that deck.
Yeah. Then we've got Freckles. Chosen character gets -1 when you play it. Just another puppy you would play.
I wouldn't play this.
You don't think you'd play it over the other ones?
No, it's a 2-drop 2/2. When you play this, opposing gets -1. It doesn't really do much for you.
Yeah,
I just prefer to play Dalmatian Puppy over it.
that's fair enough. Honey Lemon, 2 cost, 2/2 quest for 1, and whenever you play a Floodborn character, if you shift to play them, you remove up to 2 damage from chosen character. So a bit of a heal option when you play shift. It's probably better cards to play. I'd rather just play the Yokai on 2 that reduces the shift cost.
Yeah.
You've got other cards that can heal.
100%
yeah. Robin Hood, 3 cost, 3/3 quest for 1 with support. Pretty sort of standard stat line there, nothing too exciting.
I don't think this is going to see play either.
No. Penny the Orphan, 2 cost, 2/1 quest for 2. When you have a hero character and play this character gains ward. That's not bad.
I think this might see play because it's a 2-drop 2/1 that quests for 2, and in that blue steel ward deck, they're all heroes anyway. I'm pretty sure in that deck.
Yeah,
so this only benefits them.
What heroes have we got? Alice is a hero. Play Alice on 3. It gets ward. Pretty good. Scrooge McDuck's a hero. Obviously, the Baymax is a hero. Yeah, it's quite a few heroes.
So giving extra ward to other things is probably really good.
Getting ward on a questing for 2 is nice, especially when it's 1 strength, because you don't want to be targeted by like removal cards. So quite nice. I think it might slot into there potentially. Alan will know he's the master of that deck. Lady Cluck, 5 cost, 2/7/1, bodyguard and ward. Sort of comparable to Chen Po, but does have the ward and can also get, I believe, resist from a card down here, Maid Marian. So, and is also an ally, so it could be quite good in that maybe ramp hey deck potentially. I would say can confirm giving ward is good.
Expensive for that deck though.
It's probably okay in the hey one. It's just a nice ally to protect things.
Yeah.
But I think it might be better than Shempo.
Yeah.
I could see
be interesting. This one, I'm not sure if it will see much play. I love the art, and I think it's really cool. It's just going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, I think the concern with this over, or the draw of this over Chempo is that Chempo can get Go-Go'd, whereas this can't.
True.
So it's a nice alternative.
This can,
Mind you, you're probably just giving ward to Chempo anyway with Alice, so sort of ends up being the same thing potentially. Jasmine, we talked a little bit about. This is quite nice draw power. But we've also got other draw options like Beast's Mirror from set 1 is potentially a good one to have on turn 2 in the with the hey. So you play hey on turn 3, you get up to like heaps of ink, and then you can just use this to draw cards every turn. That could be interesting.
Yep. It could be very interesting.
And then the Jasmine as well is another option. Alrighty, Jebediah Farnsworth, 4 cost, 3/3, quest for 1 with support. And when you play this character, chosen character gets resist 1 until the start of your next turn.
I really like this card, but it's just not getting played. No. It's really not.
Cogsworth's just better, I think. Does cost 1 more, but gives it to everything for all time.
Yep. I agree.
Baymax, 5 cost. A lot of Baymax in this set. 3/5 quest for 1 with support. And when you play this character, you can look at the top 4 and reveal a Floodborn character. So that pairs pretty well with all those Emerald, Sapphire sort of characters that work with shifting and things like that. So I think this card will probably see play in a deck like that.
This definitely will. This will see you'd be playing at least 2 of these in that Floodborn deck, and it will go really well.
Yeah. I think it's quite interesting. Maid Marian, so we talked a little bit about this. 4 cost, 3/3 quest for 2. During an opponent's turn, whenever one of your ally characters is damaged, deal 1 damage to choose an opposing character. It goes very well with Lady Clark, especially when she gets resist 1. Basically, every time this is challenged, you can just deal damage to something. And we're probably going to play a bit of a heavy ally deck as well with the Hey and Jasmine. So maybe a new Sapphire Steel ally deck pretty cool.
Yeah, and giving it resist. This is. I like this actually. I really do.
I think it's a cool combo.
I don't think it's going to be tier 1 or 2,
No,
but I think it's going to be fun.
Yeah, for sure. Water has memory. I'm really interested about this card. One cost is uninkable. You look at the top 4 cards that shows the player's deck, the one on the top of their deck and the rest on the bottom of their deck in any order. The way I was using this card, which I think is really cool, is you play Bend to My Will, and then on the same turn, you play this and basically look at the top 4 of the deck and just put a crap card on top. You're playing against Ruby Sapphire, you just put a Tipo there. You don't care if they put a Tipo in play. Who cares? So basically, you just lock them out of the game for a couple of turns while you sort of catch up.
Yeah. And then if you need to find answers, you dig.
Exactly.
You're digging 4 deep.
It's consistency for you as well. Yeah, I think it's quite good. And, if you're looking for that Bend to My Will, you play this, then you can quest with Blavisham, draw some cards, and try and dig for it.
Yeah.
I think it's, a pretty good card in that deck.
Yeah, it's cool. It's really cool.
All is found. 5-cost Inkable Song. Put up to 2 cards from your discard into your Inkwell face down and exerted. The only thing I can really see this going into is a Grammatala shift deck where you get lore for each card you put into your Inkwell. You're probably
not.
Yeah, true. You're probably not playing this early to ramp up because you're not going to have too many cards in your discard pile at that stage.
Yeah.
So you probably need to wait till turn like 4, 5, 6 to sort of get any value out of this. You could put your Porpsicles in there, but you sort of want to keep them there to get back and draw cards with. So, yeah, maybe in those decks, but otherwise I don't think you'll see too much play.
This card.
Yeah, this card's gotten a lot of talk about it. Why don't you read it out for us?
So, during your turn, when a card is put into your Inkwell, we're in Sapphire, you may give chosen character -2 attack this turn. So, pairing that with Muses is crazy. Pairing it with a bunch of other cards is also crazy. Like, this card is going to be a powerhouse.
Yeah, I think it's very strong. It'll be interesting to see whether it replaces Porpsicle. Not Porpsicle, Ice Block.
Ice Block, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a strong card.
Will it replace them? I don't know if it would replace. I think it would add, because there's 2 different things, and this is only when you're putting stuff in your Inkwell, where there is times where Ice Block, you might not have cards in hand. So
yeah, exactly.
This won't be able to trigger.
I think this card isn't as good as people are making it out to be, but still pretty strong.
Yeah.
I like this card, this Baymax Charging Station. 3-cost Inkable.
When you play.
Yeah, when you shift, you get to draw a card. Not bad.
Love it.
You've got a lot of shift synergy.
In that Floodborn deck, it's gonna go. It's gonna help because I think they're gonna struggle with a draw sometimes.
Yeah, I think so for sure. The 1-cost difference makes a huge difference on the Sapphire Coil as well. And you're like competing with all of your ramp on 2, so it's just going to be hard to find it. You're definitely not going to be mulliganing for this card unless you sort of change the way you play and you sort of go a bit slower so you don't ramp, but you go for Cecil on turn 3 and sort of start banishing all of your 3-strength characters. So you could sort of go for a bit of a slower game where you sort of just control the board the whole way through. But I think that's sort of be a different deck.
I like a lot.
And you could do things like...
It's going to be interesting.
You could play Bell on 1, you could play Sapphire Coil on 2, and then you're sort of controlling the board the whole way through. Because I think the Ruby Sapphire decks struggle with these aggro decks, but now that we've got these options, you can sort of combat that a bit. So that might be something.
Do you think that deck will see play moving forward? Because I actually don't think it's going to see much play moving forward.
The aggro decks?
No, the big control.
Ruby Sapphire?
Yeah.
I think it's still very good.
Okay. It'll be interesting. It'll be very interesting.
And they've got so many more options from this set, so I think it'll still be a top tier deck for sure. Baymax Charge Station we talked about, and Now, Enchanted, which one are we picking?
Tamatoa, every day of the week.
Who's pretty cool.
I want to get Jermaine to sign one of those for me from Flight of the Conchords.
This is, yeah, it's really cool. I quite like this art as well, actually. Nice, relaxing.
I like
color.
that art as well. It is beautiful.
But look at him; he's just so happy. He's literally happy as a clam. Like,
yeah,
this is the epitome of happy as a clam. So, yeah, nailed it. Love it.
Interesting they didn't do a dual color in blue.
They've probably done one earlier on, maybe.
Oh yeah, maybe they did. Yeah,
we can have a look afterwards. Alrighty, yeah. Steel, last color. Dr. Calico, 4 cost, 3/4, quest for 1. While this character has no damage, he gets resist 2. Pretty strong with the resist 2. It's going to be hard to damage him. Yeah. Maybe you play it in like a Steel Song, maybe, but I think Lawrence is probably just better. And the 4 cost you're already competing.
Because it quests for 2.
Yeah.
That's the problem with this card. It's got an amazing effect and awesome stats. The questing for 1 is its downfall.
Yeah, exactly. The Akela, pretty boring. 2 cost, 3/2, quest for 1. Nothing too much more to say. Yep. Helga Sinclair. Yeah. This one's pretty cool. 2 cost, unequals 0/4, challenge of 3. So basically, it's a 3/4 when it's challenging and gains evasive. So I think this is a really strong Diablo answer. A lot of our other
lot.
A lot of our other Diablo answers can be removed pretty easily, like Sir Hiss, but this can basically take a storm and take out a Diablo in the Cove. So I think if Diablo ever gets too strong, this is really sort of puts it in its place. Cool card.
Yeah, this will definitely see play, this Helga.
Bolt, Headstrong Dog, nice shift option is a 2 cost, 1/3. And whenever he quests, if he has no damage, you may draw a card and then choose and discard. So a bit of cycle there, nice shift option. So if you're playing that Bolt, you'll probably play this, but otherwise I don't think it'll see too much.
No, unless it was a puppy.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we talked about as a good shift option for the shift 3. Otherwise pretty basic. Raya, 3 cost, 1/4, quest for 2. And during your turn, when a card's put into your inkwell, this character gets resist 1 until the start of your next turn. That's quite nice. You can sort of quest for 2, 4 willpower and resist means it's going to be pretty difficult to be removed. Obviously, against Ruby decks, you're probably just going to ink it. But against everything else, it's probably sticking around quite a lot. I think it could be good.
I like this a lot. I think this synergizes nice with Rapunzel as well, because you can challenge in, heal it, and then play your ink to give it resist as well.
Yeah, quite nice. I think it's got pretty good. Maybe see a little bit of play.
Yeah.
Next, we've got Tuk Tuk, 2 cost, unequal 0/1, quest for 1 with Bodyguard, resist 2. I don't think this is doing enough.
It's not, but I like it. I think it protects, and putting it in that Bodyguard deck, it will see some play just because it's an early Bodyguard with resist 2. Might not see much. Maybe not. No, I'm flipping again.
Yeah.
No, this is not going to be played.
Agreed. Zhao, 3 cost, 2/3, quest for 1. Whenever one of your characters challenges another character, if it's the second challenge this turn, gain 3 lore. That could be quite good in the Ruby Steel deck with the Who's With Me. Then you can challenge and challenge again. You're going to get a lot of lore, which could be quite nice. I think the way you want to use this is you want to be banishing characters, you want to be challenging but not banishing, so you can challenge them again. So a lot of sort of low strength characters.
Really well. Is it? Oh, which one was it? Where when you challenge your other characters? Yeah. No, I think this will see play.
Yeah, I think in the Ruby Steel. I think in the Ruby Steel it's good.
Yeah, I agree. Ooh.
She's silently nodding, looking at it. Yeah, definitely in Ruby Steel. I think it'll find a home. Razul, 2 cost, 1/3. Quest 1. When you play as a character, if you have a character named Jafar in play, you may banish chosen item. Steel's already got enough
Interesting.
item removal, I think, and
Yeah.
I think I'd rather just play like Beast or what's the other one? There's another
Yeah. I
on-play
know what
banish
one you're
item.
talking about.
I'm sure it'll come to me. Yeah, I don't think this one's as good as the other one. Wouldn't see much play. Jafar, 3 cost, Inkable, 3/2, quest for 2. This one's quite interesting. When you play, you can give a
I
character
like
challenge
this.
at 2. Really good with this Mickey Mouse we're going to talk about in a second. It's basically like
I like this card a lot.
It's basically like a crab, maybe not as good, but does quest for 2.
Yeah.
I think it's quite nice. I like this card.
Yeah, it's a good shift target for the bigger Jafars, like the Whole New World Singer Jafar.
Yeah.
So I actually think this is a really good card. And I
Yeah.
really like the art of this, killing off Ursula's crown.
Yeah. Bit of story to it as well. At last,
Yeah.
both halves of the crown belong to me.
Yeah.
That's very storytelling. Be interesting to see how Jafar prevails in Return of Jafar. Is that what the next set is?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Or the Rise of Jafar?
Yeah, that might be it. We did just get a whole product, a lot of product revealed, so I should know this, but something like that. Either way, Jafar's the big baddie. Yeah, very cool. I like that card a bit. I think it's nice little common that could slot into some decks. TikTok, Relentless Crocodile, 5 cost, 5/6 quest for 1, and gains evasive while a pirate character is in play. Oh, only during your turn. No, that card's bad. Too many things to meet. Kakamora, 4 cost, 1/6 quest for 1. While you have another pirate in play, this character gains challenge of 3. Maybe in that Emerald Steel pirate deck.
Yeah.
A 4/6 for 4. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I'd play this. I'd play this in that pirate deck.
Yeah.
Easily.
I think so as well. Mulan, this is a nice new Mulan. It's basically Simba, but instead of a 1/2, it's a 2/1. And we've got lots of good shift options. So I think this card will definitely see play, especially in the Ruby Steel, when you've got 2 good Mulan shift options. Yeah, I really like this card. Nice new upgrade.
Yeah, it's a good card.
Next, we've got Orville, 3 cost, 4/3 quest for 1. And during your turn, while you have a character named Miss Bianca or Bernard in play, this character gains evasive. What do you think?
It's not going to see play at all, but I really like it. But I'm trying to remember what Miss Bianca and Bernard do.
Wow.
To see.
Next, we have a Miss Bianca coming up. I mean, this card's nice. It takes out Genie and Diablo, but yeah.
I think it's very situational, and I don't think it's going to work.
No. This Miss Bianca is quite nice for the ally deck. It's a 6 cost, 5/5 quest for 1, but if you have an ally in play, you can play 2 less to play this character. So it's a 4 cost, 5/5 quest for 1. It's probably not enough. I think if it was 5 cost, it was probably better. I mean, we've already got Scrooge, which is a 4 cost, 5/5 quest for 2, and that's all the time. So you don't even need an ally in play. So I don't know. I'm probably just playing Scrooge over Miss Bianca.
True. Yeah, you are.
Alrighty, next.
Although it does do a lot of damage, it's really hard to deal with a 5/5.
Yeah, 5/5's good. Maybe you do just want the extra 5/5. But Scrooge is an ally as well, so maybe you could play both.
If this was an ally itself, then it would be good.
Yeah, I think so as well. Next, we've got Mufasa, who's basically just a shift option for the Dual Link Amethyst Steel one. Otherwise, not too much happening.
Yeah, it's not that great.
Aladdin, this one's cool. This one connects with the Jasmine. You see, he's got some Jasmine standing on his shoulders there. The Jasmine's got like a scroll coming down. So that's pretty cool. I like the nice joining artworks.
I like that.
There's also one with the 2 stepsisters as well from Cinderella. So nice.
I like that they're doing that.
Yeah, Aladdin, whenever this character quests, you may play an ally character that costs 3 or less for free. No, not Scrooge not being a hero, Scrooge being an ally. For the ally deck.
Is Scrooge an ally?
I'm pretty sure he is.
He might not be, because he's an evil guy.
Oh, you're right. He is a hero.
Oh.
I don't know why I thought he was an ally. Never mind. I guess. Okay. Yeah, maybe gives a bit more for this, but I still think Scrooge is better. So playing an ally character that costs 3 or less for free. Does that mean you
Wow.
can play the Hey Hey shift? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh no. No.
No,
No. With
I thought you could.
yeah, no, because with cost 3 or less.
Maybe not. We might
I
have to
guess
check
it's
that
an
one.
alternate cost, so yes. Yeah, you would be able to.
That would be my thought because that's pretty cool. And your when these exerted ally characters get +1, so now your lady clock's a 3/7 bodyguard with ward. Aladdin can't get
Yeah.
challenged. That's quite nice. Because you play Aladdin on 4, you play Lady Clock, and you quest with Aladdin to play Hey Hey, and now you've got a nice board setup. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Maybe that's asking a bit too
Yeah,
much,
this is
isn't
getting played.
it? But yeah, I think this card could be interesting in the ally deck. Probably goes in there.
Yeah.
Back here, I think this card's really interesting. Why don't you read out for us, Sully?
So Bagheera is bodyguard. It is a 5-drop 4/3 that quests for 2. During an opponent's turn, when this character is banished, deal 2 damage to each opposing character. This card is spicy. There is so much to unpack here.
Yeah,
How often are people going to be challenging this or holding their bells to get rid of this? This is going to be interesting. This
yeah,
synergizes really well, I think, with that red steel deck that we're toying around with. Gives it a bit of protection.
yeah. I quite like
What
this
else does
card.
it
I mean,
synergize
it's
with?
bodyguard. They're going to have to challenge into it. My only concern is that they will just sort of challenge in with their characters that will get banished by this, and then the ones that don't
Yeah,
get banished by it will just not challenge yet, so they stay around. So it's probably a bit
yeah,
easier for your opponent to play around, but I mean, it's still a good card.
yeah. I like this card. It's not going to be a 4-off.
No, I don't
I
think
don't think
so.
it's a 4-off because it's the 5-drop, and I
Yeah,
think people are going to ink this more than they play it.
yeah, I think I'd agree with you on that one. But still, yeah, I don't know exactly what it slots into, but I think it's a good card to maybe get a couple of copies on.
Mm,
Yeah, it's going to
yeah,
be swords on a body, and it's a lot of damage play in green and steel. Yeah, I think
which
it's
I
quite
love.
nice.
I love grab your swords.
Yeah, strong. You play this and you sing grab your swords with it. Fantastic.
Yeah. Seeing grab your swords, forcing that. But the hard part is it's during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, I mean, luckily it's a 2 law, so your opponent does have to sort of deal with it because you can get quite ahead on the law with it. Like if it was a 1 law, they could probably just ignore it. But given that it's bodyguard
Oh, I
and quest for
misread it.
2, it's quite
No, this
nice.
card's good. I
Yeah.
misread it. I thought it was in the challenge. This is
No, no,
just
it's anytime.
anytime
Yeah,
banished.
yeah,
No, yeah, this is heavily playable.
yeah, for sure. Speaking of heavily playable, this Gantu as well, I think is super good. 4 cost, uninkable, 2/4 quest for 1. But the 2 very good abilities is when you play as character, characters
Yeah.
can exert to sing songs until the start of your next turn, and each player pays 2 law, 2 ink more to play actions or items. Oh my god, I didn't even realize it was items. Oh my
Wait,
goodness.
this is crazy.
So you can't play
This
Portugal for
is
1 anymore. Oh, I did not realize it
no.
was items. That's insane.
This is so good. This is what Magic players call shops. The deck shops essentially. So and it's playing like Thorn of Amethyst and stuff like that. So yeah, forcing your opponent to pay 2 extra for non-character cards,
Yeah,
and that's essentially what this is.
it's
It
very cool.
slows the game down. This is so good.
Mm-hmm. And I don't know if it replaces Pete. I mean, it's very good.
It doesn't. No, it goes alongside. You're just building a
Mm,
heavy control deck now.
yeah,
It's a new deck.
Steel Song is done for.
Yeah.
Mickey Mouse. This card's the second legendary. Very cool. 2-cost, uninkable 1/1 quest for 1. But the ability is insane. During your turn, whenever this character banishes another character in a challenge, you may play a character for free.
This is insane.
Now, what if I go Mickey on 2, followed by Jafar on 3? So now Mickey's a 3/1, which is going to take out a fair chunk.
It will. It's so good. And then you play something super big in for free.
I guess the concern is what character you're going to try and hold on to in your hand so you can play it for free.
Yeah. It's. I'd probably be playing like Big Jafar. I'd be playing.
I mean, you probably play this in Amethyst
Tink.
Steel. You can play Tink. You can play the new Shift Mufasa. That's a 5/7 basic resist. It's probably a few good options.
That Bagheera even.
Yeah. And I mean, you've got things like Cogsworth with Amethyst Steel to play this. You can play the Jafar. You can play the Crab. It's way better than Mickey Mouse Trumpeteer, I would say, as well. This card's cool.
Yeah, and I wanted that Mickey Mouse Trumpeteer to be so good, but it's just not.
Yeah, I think this is a bit of a redemption for that, but I really like this card. A little bit gimmicky, but I think you can pull some cool combos with it.
Yeah. Hopefully they bring in this game Death Touch, essentially. So when a character does damage to another character, it banishes that character. Surely there's a synergy there. Surely we've got an item or an action where when target character deals damage to another target character, banish that character.
I don't think we have anything like that yet. Who knows? Maybe in the future.
Yeah.
Alrighty, a few more left. Restoring Atlantis, 5-cost unequal action. Your characters can't be challenged until the start of your next turn. This is probably just not as good as like Keita or something like that, right?
No, it's not as good as Keita. If it was a song, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't think I don't think you're playing this at all.
No. Double Trouble, 2-cost inkable action. Another action for our green steel pirate deck. Deal 1 damage each up to 2 chosen characters. This is quite cool. Good. I think it's a nice inclusion into that.
I'll take this.
You deal 1 damage. You've got the John Silver, so you can deal another damage. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot.
Yeah, I think it would be good. Good option. Take out things like Merfolk and Chernobog's followers, things like that. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Steel Coil, 2-cost uninkable item. During your turn, whenever a card's put into your inkwell, you may draw a card, then choose and discard a card. Maybe you play it in something like the Jafar wheel deck. Maybe that could be good. Outside of that,
I think that's the deck that wants to go in.
Yeah. Next one, Training Staff, 2-cost inkable item. As our last card is a exert A1 chosen character gains challenger 1 this turn. Another option you could do to give the Mickey Mouse challenger 2 instead of the Jafar, potentially.
Yeah. And maybe that is what you do with this deck. You play all these training staff, training grounds, all of the things that give challenger 2 and resist to Mickey, and then you're cheating out big dumb things.
Yeah, for sure. I think maybe a little bit gimmicky, but interesting to try out.
Yeah.
Alrighty, our last set of enchanteds. Which ones are we going for?
Art alone, it's Restoring Atlantis. Card alone, it's Mickey.
Yeah, I actually quite like this art. Very quite vibrant. Sort of bit going on there.
I think I prefer the original art though.
Yeah.
The non-enchanted.
They're a bit different, aren't they? They're sort of just very different styles. They look like different Mickeys as well.
They are.
I think it's just the color.
One is but the enchanted Mickey is a bard, where the other Mickey is a paladin.
I mean, he's got his little ukulele on the back, doesn't he? There it is.
Oh, he does too.
Anyway, I like this one. It's quite vibrant.
Yeah.
Support on Mickey wouldn't be hard to get going. Yeah, I mean, you could play like a Basil, the one cost 2/1 with support for Mickey. That could
Yeah.
be cool. There's a lot of high cost Sapphire cards as well you can get out. Mufasa,
Yeah.
Tamatoa, things like that. But yeah, all right. I just want to get all of the enchanteds quickly and just see because yeah, here's the Dual Link Sapphire one.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've got a Dual Link for each one. No, they wouldn't, would they?
How many have they got?
That'd be
They
way too
won
many.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So
1, 2,
only
3,
half of them.
4, 5, 6. So does that mean each color has 2? So amethyst has 2.
Yeah.
Steel has 2.
Steel has 2.
Emerald has 2. Ruby has
Yep.
2. Sapphire has 2. Huh. So I guess every color has 2
Yep.
Dual Links. So technically every color has 4 enchanted, which is pretty cool. These look so nice. I've got to win a DLC so I can get a set of these. Ooh. I don't know. I feel like I really like this one. The Bell.
I mean, what's my favorite?
Radigan's also great. And the Jafar. Honestly, they're all really good. I can't pick.
I think the Jafar is the one that I would love just for the art. For the card, it'd be Donald Duck.
Yeah. You know, I'll just
and
take
maybe
any
that's
of them.
what I cheat in with the Mickey.
Yeah. It's like 3 turns into the game and they already need 25 war to win. So good luck.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Alrighty, that is all the cards for the set. It was a bit of a, quick run through them. I sort of ran out of time, but there's just so many good cards to get through. Again, for those, a reminder that the survey for the new cards, it's just a few of them. There's not as many as all of them, so because there's way too many to go through and don't want you guys spending an hour filling out this survey. But the link will be in the description if you could fill it out. I'll hopefully get a video out with a bit more detail on some of the more playable cards and sort of what decks they will go into and sort of how they can sort of work alongside some of the meta decks. So, probably be getting up next week on like Tuesday or Wednesday. So if you have all the entries in by then for the video, that would be great. Sully, thanks for joining me. It was awesome having a chat about these cards. I really appreciate you taking out the time to come have that chat.
Yeah, thanks for having me, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure. I got to see a lot of these cards for the first time tonight, and it's hopefully get to see some really cool combos coming out from the community and some weird synergies, which will be really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll have to have you back for some deck building session. I would really like to get a deck build for sort of each color combination and do a bit of a video on that as well. So, I might have to hit you up for another time to come do that.
I look forward to it. Maybe we have chat give us a stipulation, build a deck around this one card.
Yeah,
make it
that
work.
Would be cool. Yeah. All the enchanters are fantastic. They're really cool. I love them. All right. I think we might call it there. I am going to go have some food because I'm hungry. But thanks everyone for tuning in for all the chats. It was a good vibe tonight, so I'm glad everyone that came stopped by got to put in some of their thoughts on the new cards, and I'm super excited to try this next set. Can't wait.
Yeah, same.
Alrighty, let's find.
Before you go, where are you going to hit up next Friday?
Next Friday, I would love to, but I am working all day for like a week once the set comes out, and I'm so annoyed about it.
I took time off, but I don't think I'll be able to get it because I'm losing a few managers. So I might have to work when I thought I was going to be doing pre-release at Midian in Victoria.
Yeah, I wish I could do the pre-releases, but I'm working like 8 till 8:30 for 7 days straight. So it's going to be so annoying that's over the release. But the week after, I'll be trying to figure out what I can hit up.
Yeah.
Alrighty, let's see who we can raid, who's on at the moment. That's Magic. Any Disney stuff? Pokemon openings?
Oh. What if we go?
Same category. Let's see if anyone's. Deck build set 7. Arix 24. That sounds fun. Oh, they looks like they're building Ruby Steel as well.
Ooh.
Yeah, nice. Cool. Yeah, looks like they're building some decks here. So, alrighty, guys. Thanks again for tuning in. Go check out the raid. Looks like they're building some cool new decks. And yeah, I'm not sure when we'll be streaming next, but I have to get some videos out over the next couple of days on some potentially new decks. And yeah, we'll see you all next time. Thanks again, Sully. Do you want to shout yourself out anywhere where people can follow you at all?
You can follow me on Instagram at 5U77Y. Sully, I'm building a tiny house and stuff. Everything else, just you'll see me at locals. Come say hello. I am more than happy to give everyone the time of day and get to know more people in the community.
Yeah, fantastic. Definitely a nice pillar of support in the community. We appreciate all the work. All right, thanks everyone. Let's go raid Arix.
Thank you.
À la base, c'était pour avoir un